Oh, chats. It's almost the end of the week. I am fucking tired.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Any more? Any more? Go on. Go on. I'll wait. I'll wait. We already have the workout and the work it and the Armstrong. Are we good? Are we good? Is everything okay? My voice is shot for some reason today. I think it's just because it's dry. Hold on a second. What's your pleasure? What's your fear? Raider? Oh, Hectic raided. Holy shit. I'm sorry, Hectic. I totally missed it. Is the carnival at peace? No. Mainly because if you weren't in the Discord last night, I was up till 4 a.m. shitting my brains out because I had seafood for dinner last night, and I think I got food poisoning. I was actually playing Digimon at the time when my stomach like started hurting really bad. And I literally paused the game, went to the bathroom, came back, played a little bit more, got into a boss fight, had to stop mid-boss fight, went to the bathroom again, and then came back. After I did the boss fight, I was like, wait, I haven't saved in a long time. And now, granted, I was not in the bathroom during this entire window, but I apparently hadn't saved the game in over 3.5 hours at that point. So I was in and out of the bathroom quite a bit, to the point where my stomach hurt so bad at one point I thought I was gonna throw up. So I scampered to the kitchen and grabbed like the biggest metal bowl we have, just so that I can have it in my lap. I get sometimes my stomach hurts so bad after certain foods that like I will get nauseous while I'm in the bathroom, and I'm like, oh god, I'm getting the spins, and it never happens. But what if it does? So every time I feel like that, I'm like, I ain't risking having to like try and pull a 180 or just say fuck it, which one's better to have on the floor. So I'm always like, I'm going to get the fucking, who's gonna be on the inside? A metal bowl. I was talking that last night, why I'm like so tired and a bunch of other shit. I was up until 4 a.m. with a very upset tummy, and I was not being brave about it. Neither was the tummy. Yeah, not have it and need it, correct. I'm feeling a lot better. Like, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. But I did not get a lot of sleep, especially because the one person in the house woke up this morning. And like, they do not give a shit about anybody else in the house. So it could be 6 or 7 in the morning and they're making breakfast and they are loud as fuck. They're swinging pans, throwing plates, and it's just... They do it like it's a normal place where there weren't already 2 other people in the house still trying to fucking sleep. 4 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes left to go until Bloodlines 2. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I think we may finish Bloodlines today. Maybe if I decide that we're gonna like speed. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I just scrolled down on Twitter and somebody apparently reposted a really beefy girl standing around in her underwear. And I was not prepared for face full of tit and abs. Yes, you can, Ordain. You absolutely can. Absolutely, you can. I can't show you. I can't. I don't want to risk it. She's clothed. Everything's totally fine. I've seen VTuber outfits with less skin coverage, but I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. You know, as you do. I'm exited. Why are you exited? I'm glad the opinion of Bloodlines 2 has leaned to everyone being hyped. I would not say everyone. I still see people on like the Bloodlines subreddits that are like They do the annoying. Oh, wait. You meant Fairbanks? Wait a second. Is this? No, it's not art. It's not art. It was something that a 3D artist I follow reposted. It's an actual woman. He reposts like that shit all the time. And then you'll find out later he makes an animation where he basically just like copies the person's body onto a 3D model and then makes an animation using them. Speedy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll also probably get the milestone. Was it the milestone thing again? Because some people unfollowed yesterday. We lost about 3 people, which happens. They could have also been bots. They could have been other things. It usually happens at this point. We're kind of at the point where like every stream at the end will probably fluctuate a couple points here and there. But overall, it's still a net positive because we started last stream at 93. And Cinda, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for using your Bezos bucks. Remember, kids, if you don't use your Bezos bucks, Bezos gets to keep your money. But, okay. I was just looking to see if there was anything else interesting going on in terms of news. Not really. Not really. Chris Broad accused YouTuber An Ming of hypocrisy in Tokyo Decay video. What the fuck does that even mean? Who's An Ming? Oh, that's right, Bloodlines. We were talking about Bloodlines. They do the thing in a lot of game subreddits where they obviously do like leading questions where they're always like, why is Bloodlines going to be total trash? And it's like, there's nothing else. There's no description to the post. That's it. It's the question in the title of the post. It's like, why is Bloodlines 2 going to be total trash? And they're just baiting fucking comments. Or other shit like that. And there's a lot of people that are still doing that. Stick around and ride carnival rides no more? It happens. It happens. It's okay. Thing too is they could literally just be bots. We're kind of at the point, as we approach like 10K and stuff, where more than likely there's going to be like old accounts that get deleted or people shut down their accounts or anything like that. And it's goofy. Vampire time. Yep, vampire time. Vampire time. Fighting the mob for my wife. Yeah, we're going to the Giovanni mansion to get the grimoire that Pisha needs. And for no other reason. Absolutely no other reason. There's no other reason to go to the Giovanni mansion other than to get the grimoire. Goodness, for Pisha. Think of self-care. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm trying to see what's going on in like news and trending, and honestly, most of it just doesn't fucking matter. Oh. Oh, okay. Somebody's doing an open casting call for a indie animation project. Interesting. Wait, are they going to shut down the Sunstar? I'm old here. Wait, what? Sunstar? Did I say Sunstar? I don't think I said Sunstar. Did I? Right? The day's still young. True. Very true. I mean, the stuff that immediately comes up on like the side panel is like fucking football, but who gives a shit about that? And John Fetterman, the man who got brain damage and then decided he wasn't a Democrat anymore, which is fucking goofy. And by goofy, of course, I mean absolutely fucking ridiculous. Old accounts have been here old amounts of time. That's true. No. I meant accounts that are probably like not used, or maybe people like deleted their Twitch accounts, deciding they're not on Twitch anymore. Things like that. It could be anything. Or it could be accounts that Twitch have just decided that like, I guess don't count as people. I mean, again, Twitch like unfollows people all the time. How many people here have ever gone to another channel that you know you've been at and you're like, why the fuck am I not following? I know I was following. I don't know, does Sunstar really get used? I mean, you could probably just change your name to Sunstar. You've never had that? I've had that multiple times. Multiple times. To the point where I've literally had multi-month subs in somebody's account. And I look down, I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I not following? E. Oh, hold on, I got you. E. Anyway. But yeah, I'm looking to see if there's anything else. Hype train? What the fuck do you mean hype train? Is it triggering off of stream streaks? May or may not affect the Civil Rights Act and let states legally gerrymander? Great! Fantastic! Oh, that's so wonderful. I cannot believe that people are legitimately willing to be like, all right, guys, it's time to look at that Civil Rights Act. And I think it's gone a little too far to give all these people rights and protect them from discrimination. Are you hearing yourself, dude? Are you fucking hearing yourself? We need a hype boat. Ooh, that wouldn't be a bad idea. That would not be a bad idea at all. She likes your model. Well, thank you, Roderick. Tell her I like the way she looks. She looks gorgeous, aren't you? My goodness, give me a twirl. Look at you. About to pass the Civil Wrongs Act. Oh, no. Oh, no. Refuse MAGA's customers and they can't sue now because they made it legal? Correct. That's the worst joke I've written this year. Listen, I mean, it's something. I mean, you're not that wrong. The Tron franchise will likely be retired from the big screen. Oh, yeah, because you thought it would be a good idea to make a pro corpo, pro AI fucking Tron game. Or not game, sorry, Tron movie with Jared fucking Leto. What franchises has Jared fucking Leto been in that didn't almost immediately fucking end? Ugh. You gotta word it white. You have to say that she won't serve them based on their ideology. Correct. You can't just be like, I'm not serving you because you're a woman. I'm serving you because you're a moron. Not serving you because you're a moron. Fucking Grim Reaper of media, that creep. Correct. Sony Marvel movies. Let's see, what were these other examples? There were other ones here. Sony Marvel movies, the DC universe. And now Tron. Trilogy, baby. A trilogy of trilogies. He's never gonna get that Dorsia reservation? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I feel like Trent Reznor, after seeing how great Daft Punk did, and I was onto a great project, and then it was a corpo movie. NIN. Who do you think he's fucking or related to keep getting these roles? I don't know. We could probably look that up. Jared Leto. The main thing we need to do for this is it's not that hard. Oh God, why is it in light mode? Why are you in light mode? Okay, fixed. Holy shit, my eyes. 9 Inch Nails? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at acronyms for bands I don't listen to. I don't listen to 9 Inch Nails. But let's see here. Known for method acting in a variety of roles, he has numerous accolades over a career spanning 3 decades, including an Academy Award, a Golden Globe, occasionally recognized as a for his musicianship and eccentric stage persona as the frontman of the rock band 30 Seconds to Mars. Starting his career in My So-Called Life in 1994, made his film debut in How to Make American Quilts 1995 and gained critical attention for his performance in Prefontaine. After supporting roles in The Thin Red Line, Fight Club, Girl Interrupted, and American Psycho, he received praise for his lead role as a drug addict in Requiem for a Dream. He then began to focus more on music, but returned to acting with Panic Room, Alexander, Lord of War, Chapter 27, and Mr. Nobody. His performance as a trans woman in the Dallas Buyers Club earned him the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. He has since starred in Suicide Squad, Blade Runner 2049, The Little Things, and House of Gucci, the latter two which earned him nominations for a Golden Globe. I mean, I guess he's a good actor, but goddamn, do they really just not know how to use him? Like, hi Ren, how are you doing? I'm kind of scrolling through his pictures throughout his life, basically. Currently exploding. Why are you currently exploding? Is it because Brazil? Is it because Brazil? You can be honest, Ren. Hi, Sword Tax. How are you doing? He was the bleach blonde guy who got his face wrecked in Fight Club. Yeah. Yeah. He is the face of Morbius. But don't you remember when the studios got trolled for the Morbius movie release? How trash it was. It was one, absolutely terrible. And then people made the joke that they wanted to see it again. And so all the theaters extended its theater stay and then nobody came to see it. Why do I see a Dexerto article? Oh, it's because that's right. I'm scrolling what's trending. Anime actress Amy Kamamizu won a Beyblade X tournament with Pegasus Blast despite being a beginner. My God. My God. The voice actors for Ryuko from Kill la Kill, Colin from Code Geass, Hollow from Spice and Wolf, Ibuki from Danganronpa 3, Mao from Mao Yu. Trying to see any other voice actors that I recognize. Yinlin from Wuthering Waves, Miyabi from Zenless Zone Zero, and Karin from Fate Grand Order. Beto from Genshin Impact. Wow, she has a character in nearly every single like mobile gacha game. Accused Norwegian team of being anti-Semitic. They essentially, Norway beat Israel. So for those of you who don't know this, Norway beat the shit out of Israel at the, I believe it was the World Cup qualifiers. 5-0. 5-0. And apparently, Norway is giving the proceeds of that match to Gaza to help Gazan children. And Israel is being an absolute baby back bitch about it. And then I think shortly after that, Israel played against Italy and also lost 3-0. To be fair, obviously the Israeli team does not know how to play against grown men. They're way too used to pregnant women and children. Oh, and also after that Italy game, they're knocked out of the World Cup, so they do not get to play at the World Cup. That is a spiteful move, and I love it. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I wish they were perpetually mocked by all of Europe, because apparently they still get to participate in Eurovision this year. Gregis? I leave for 4 minutes. Oh, no, we're talking about soccer. Football. We were talking, somebody asked if it was true that Norway beat Israel. Oh yeah, and the thing was too is there was what was it? Holland, the player on the Norwegian team, Holland, effectively scored every single one of those points. including a hat trick where he bounced the ball off of Team Israel's own player into the goal. Will force FIFA to allow Israel in? Probably not. They don't have that kind of pool. Usually it's like the FIFA Cup that kind of bullies the country and not the other way around. Like when the FIFA Cup was in Brazil, it was literally banned to sell alcohol at sporting events there. And basically, the FIFA Council bullied the shit out of Brazil to give them a like once in a lifetime liquor license. And then they also created their own judicial courts to punish drunk people at the game. Yeah, just in case you didn't know that, there were people that would get wasted at the game, start doing shit they shouldn't have, and were prosecuted by a FIFA court and then put in jail by a sports organization. That's kind of based. And we'll get the papal state of FIFA. God, I hope not. I hate the FIFA organization. That's also why I don't watch the FIFA Cup, but I do like talking about it and seeing other countries get screwed over out of going to the World Cup. Because they care. I don't. They care about sending their sports teams to the World Cup. I couldn't give less of a shit. I care about the Olympics. And honestly, if Russia and Israel never got to perform in the Olympics again, it would not change my opinion whatsoever. So this is why we shouldn't be giving stupid things policing power like the post office or the BBC. Oh, speaking of the post office having strong policing power, did anybody hear about the south side of Chicago earlier today? No, not today. It was yesterday. It was Wednesday. Where they effectively, they like stormed an apartment building and people thought it was ICE at first, only for a federal agent to come across the street directly to like the news organization and be like, oh no, we're postal inspectors. We found a box full of needles in the mail system and we have to investigate it. And thing too is, the USPS federal branch does not do shit unless they have a good case. Which basically means if the USPS shows up with bulletproof vests at your door with a warrant and everything, I'd hate to tell you, but you better take the fucking plea deal. You better take the plea deal. Because if you don't, you're probably going away on max charges. Yeah, you don't fuck with the post office, dude. The USPS is arguably, to me, the best shipping service. Hold on, what is this? Interesting. Okay. There's a reason why they call it going postal. Yep. USPness? No. You know what's bad when the stamps start reciting your Miranda rights? Ben Franklin got that shit on lockdown. Listen, if there's any federal agency I will ever trust, it is also, hi Carmine. Step inside. Oh, hi, it's another I Only Fall of Bottoms. Welcome in. How are you doing? USP arrest. Oh my God. Hi, Speedy. I'm doing good. Hanging in there. Like I said earlier, I'm a little tired because I had an extremely upset stomach last night. Is that the legendary bottom guy? I don't know at this point. We had another one yesterday that had 2 eyes at the beginning of their name. I also don't think any of them are like the same person. Because why would you make multiple accounts with the exact same name? Or exact same message? USPS, sure, but what about the FDA? FDA showing up with federal agents, I would honestly say is you probably fucked up, as long as it's doesn't end up being a case that's like, oh, looks like you planted the wrong species of potatoes. Now Lay's Chips owns your entire farm. Sorry, guys, you got to remember to respect the law and the genetics of the plants that they have apparently copyright in. He pulled up and I was like, homie? Huh? Wait, what person? I'm confused. I'm confused now. It's like changing one piece of your password. What do you mean? Y'all don't have the exact same password? You just change the symbol that's in it every time? Is that not how it works? Okay. FDA showed up with the federal agents would be to arrest someone who planted something that had a patent the farmer did not own. No, more than likely not. It was, if federal agents for the FDA show up at your place, it's more than likely because they found like listeria or something, or like some deadly disease on your crop or in your food that you didn't detect. It could be anything like, oh, you sent cows to be slaughtered, but you only sent like part of a herd. And they find like a deadly parasite in it, and they have to now go to your place and they will have you cull the entire herd. Thank you, Speeding. Trusting them, but now I'm picturing the FDA arresting Alex Jones while he's live for his absurdly concentrated B12 supplements that don't do anything. FedEx showing up with an M1 Abrams. FedEx would be the company that shows up at your front door with an M1 Abrams and didn't bring your fucking package. I hate FedEx, dude. FedEx is fucking useless. FedEx is a fucking useless shipping company. Every time I've had something that had to be shipped through or by FedEx, it never arrives. It never arrives. Y'all bought me a book off Throne one time, and it went to the wrong fucking address. They sent me a picture of where the package was, and it was somebody's brick fucking stoop. There's nobody in my neighborhood that had a brick stoop. And when I called them and told them that is obviously the wrong location, they were like, oh, file a police report. And then only when the police report is filed and they don't find it, will we send you a new one. And that was not worth the fucking hassle. Order arrives 3 weeks late. Maybe. I never got it. Never got it to this day. Which means whoever it got delivered to kept it. Which is funny because it was a TTRPG book. I have no idea how a postal service can be that bad. A fucking police report? Yeah. Yeah. They delivered it straight to the wrong fucking address. And then sent me a picture of where they delivered it to on somebody else's fucking porch. I even tried driving around the entire neighborhood trying to find that porch. Couldn't. Had no clue. Not a single fucking idea. What the hell? Oh God, an indie VTuber concert. Oh no. Oh, I don't know any of these people. Who are you? Oh wait, I recognize one. Norma's in there. Oh shit, and Astroth. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I just wasn't expecting the same old PNG from Astroth. Mowing the lawn of a family member because he was recovering from cancer treatment. Postal carrier noticed me and asked if everything was all right and even offered to hand deliver the mail to his door. Hell yeah. Yeah, next. That's why I don't give a shit about FedEx. If I can avoid FedEx, I fucking will. They are arguably the worst shipping company I have ever had to basically be forced to use. It's weird to say that I have a favorite shipping company, and it's the USPS, because they're federally required to do a good job. Actually, hold on. There's one thing I need to look up, because I keep hearing the joke. This is going to be random. Speaking of feds, Stephen Miller. I keep hearing this joke. Okay. I could have sworn I kept hearing the joke that people kept saying he was 4'10". He's 5'10". Okay. I think it's even funnier, though, to bully him for being 4'10". I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why we're not using FedEx for shipping around to Norway? Correct. I'm using USPS. To make a shirt or sticker that says, I back the blue, and it's post office icon? Let's go. Let's go. There's only one type of boys in blue that I respect. Oh yeah, Steven, I am the literal reincarnation of Joseph Goebbels. Miller? Correct. Correct. A man who was so mad that he topped out at 5'10", that he decided he needed to start eradicating people. That man is decided that apparently, I wish I was joking. Apparently there's a person on TikTok that is his cousin, hi Tootsie, that spent time with him when they were younger. And apparently in his like college years, Stephen Miller showed up to the family Thanksgiving dinner and demanded that every one of his family members kiss his ring. Hi Bellis, how are you doing? And that is the most unhinged shit I've ever heard of Stephen Miller. And that's besides the fact that that man, even when he was in college at like 18 and 19, already looked like that he was in his 40s. Is that how I get famous? What, being taller or being better than Stephen Miller? The bar is on the floor. We are all better than Stephen Miller. He has this weird like horniness and demand for power. The thing is, though, is he's 5'10". He's 5'10" and pissed off about it. Apparently. Apparently. Honestly, if you took me, you could take me all the way to the fucking gallows. All the way to the fucking gallows, and I will still make fun of Stephen Miller to his fucking face. That's why I think one of the things that I like, Chat, do you know do you know how some people, wait, is it today's the 16th? Okay, so in 2 days is the major No Kings rally, another No Kings rally, basically. If you're going out and doing the No Kings rally, do not RSVP, you moron. How mad is Kono about his height? I don't think he's that mad about it because he likes his women taller than him. I don't think he's that mad about it. Who disrupt nothing so brave. The thing is, though, is that shit's coming up and there's fucking cringy people showing pictures and stuff of being like, this is going to be my No Kings rally outfit. And it's like, what is it? Military sim gear. And it's like, come on, guys. That's not how you fight a fascist upbringing. You got to dress like clowns. Put on the rubber suits. Dress like the fucking Slenderman if you have to. You're not supposed to do like this weird pseudo legitimization by dressing up like the fucking military that's definitely also going to be there. You don't go milsim, you go ridiculous. So that it looks like you're really not taking them seriously. Yeah, become the frog. Dress like Reptar. Yeah, Reptar is a good example. And go bodyguard outfit. No! You go goofy. You go silly. Inflatable outfits, goofy skin suits, clown outfits. Parades don't work against that. Oh, correct. Correct. But it's the idea of soft power protest. By making everything ridiculous, you keep them on the back foot. And give them balloon animals, yes. Bring out the McDonald's clown. Ronald McDonald, yep. I was gonna say, that's what you do. You don't take it like, of course, the protest is serious and you are protesting for a serious cause. But showing up and being absolutely ridiculous and making them on par look even more ridiculous. In the case, do I still have that picture? I don't think I have the picture of the like a week or two ago in Portland, where a bunch of people actually dressed up as clowns and basically just danced around the they basically lined up exactly like some of the National Guard were. I need to find that picture. I know it's on my phone. Here, hold on a second. What I'll do is I'll post it in media share. Let me put that here. There it is. And then once it's in media share, I can open it on the PC. Yeah. Where is it? Step inside, step inside. Hold on, who's that? Who is you? Lord Fellows, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, screen time, kids. Oh, it's zoomed in. Hold on. Okay. There they are. There they are. This is what you do. This is the kind of shit that you do. You go ridiculous. Not nonviolence. The thing is, though, is they will attempt to basically force it into violence. I'm going to place your bet right now. And I am taking this from someone else. Chris Valenti, I think, is the one who said this. This is the prediction for Friday. They are going to false flag the No Kings rally. Keep your eyes out. Be careful. Be ready and have a backup plan if you go protest. He is more than likely going to pull some stunts where it makes all of the protests seem as like violent riots or anything, or he's going to claim them as such. Maybe false flag it, maybe do other stuff like that. And then he's going to invoke the Insurrection Act. And I guarantee you there are going to be maybe local police, maybe National Guard, but definitely ICE agents stowed into the crowds and stuff, and they are going to start arresting people. Doing the frog and clown thing, they're playing yakety sax. I saw that video. Playing yakety sax at Christy Nome while she's standing on the roof. I think of the video too where somebody's like, where she's like, these are our greatest enemies. This is the enemy within. And just pans in on a person dressed as a chicken leaning on the fence outside the compounds. Or they put a provocateur in the crowd, which I've seen. Correct. I mean, I remember back during the Black Lives Matter protest, in like, I think it was Seattle, where piles of bricks just started appearing outside of police stations because they were trying to egg people into throwing bricks at the police station so they could arrest them. Here, let me see if I can find that picture. No. Oh. No, that's not the one. Ah, damn it. It's been long enough that I don't remember the exact one that I saw. But I do remember seeing pallets of bricks popping up outside of like federal buildings in Seattle. But yeah, go goofy. You go into a protest. Like, I also do remember during, I wonder if does anybody remember Tank, Athena, and, was his name Riot? I don't remember. Basically the people that showed up to BLM protests in like full, like, honestly, way cooler, like military equipment than I'd ever seen. Just covered head to toe. Let me see. Athena. No. Why can't I find them? Oh, I put Think instead of Tank. That's Tiananmen Square. That's hilarious. Oh, here's a picture of one. Oh, no, that's a video. That's somebody's... Wait, tweets? Huh. I do remember seeing videos too of like these guys essentially catching what was it? Tear gas canisters and immediately throwing them back at the police. But damn it, I can't find any of the videos I remember seeing. Correct, Jade. Correct. With Fusic's entry of the gladiators out of this? I don't know what that one sounds like. Married Go Square time? What do you mean go square? Caches of banana cream pies, loaded bottles of seltzer water were found near the protest site, demonstrating that the attacks on officers were premeditated. Fucking ridiculous. You know how it sounds like? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Fusic, entry of the gladiators. Here, let's stop this music. Turn up a little bit. This is only gonna. I'm not gonna change it over so that the VOD has it. I never knew the name of this song was Entry of the Gladiators. Yeah, I did not know the name of the song was Entry of the Gladiators. All right. That is perfect. Honestly, fucking perfect. Oh yeah, it's definitely public domain. It's just I didn't want to go change the what was it? The VOD, not the VOD, my audio parameters so that it would be in the VOD. Because then I'd have to change it back almost immediately. And now you're one of the daily 10,000s? Daily 10,000? Was fuming about how it was now used? What? That's fucking hilarious. Knew that it became a circus song? Hi, Yara. How are you doing? Thank you for the 7 stream streak. How are you doing, you cutie patootie? Also, hold on. Hold on. This is important. There we go. There we go. Chat, if you don't follow Yara, what the fuck are you doing here? Go follow Yara. She's hilarious. And a goofball. And a really good artist. And plays a lot of spooky games. She plays Outlast Trials way more than I do. I want to play more Outlast Trials. If he wanted that song to be taken seriously, he shouldn't have made it so whimsical. Yeah, I wonder what he was thinking. I gotta wonder the like thought process behind it. It seems goofy as shit. Outlast Trials, my love. Have you seen the new trailer? Yara, have you seen the new trailer? It came out, I think, yesterday. And there's going to be a new game mode on the 21st in 5 days. You get to play as the fucking, the imposter. You get to play as the guy that sneaks in and just stabs people. It's called, I think it's Project Infiltration, something like that. Go check the Outlast Trials YouTube page. Yes, we watched the Toreador trailer yesterday. Yeah, and it says it's coming out on the 21st. Among Us and Outlast? Not quite Among Us. The thing is though, is they've only shown bits and pieces. It's done from a first person perspective. We do get to see, oh, what's her name? Who is the insurrectionist that's now like catatonic? They did show her, but I think it's I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna be like a 5th player. Amelia, yes, Amelia. I knew it started with an A. I just couldn't remember. Yeah, she's in the trailer. It's more than likely also going to come with more lore, which I'm very excited for. But apparently she's still catatonic. He did live long enough to know that his super serious military bid song became clown circus music. I could not imagine making that song and then being like, huh, maybe this is a little too whimsical for like what's supposed to be a parade. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Oh, hey, it's Salwin and okay. Wait, who posted this? Amy Eskins? It's very weird to open a post from 2020 and seeing two of my friends in the comments. Wow. That was before I even started streaming. Damn. Sometimes it's always funny to see how long some of your friends have been around in their like current personalities. That's kind of crazy. Wait. 2 days of ceasefire and Trump is already claiming that he's going to put boots on the ground in Gaza if, quote, Hamas continues to kill people. I promise you they're not. I promise you they're not. Oh my goodness. Are they not among us though? Boo! People don't exist before meeting you? That's just propaganda? Well, no, it's just one of those things that's like, yeah, Yara. He's been claiming a lot of things. He always lies. If his mouth is open, he is lying. If he makes claims of his opposition, he is admitting to something. Just live with that assumption. If he claims any person of his opposition is doing a thing, he is almost certainly doing it. If the sea is moving, do not call it that. Do not call it that. All right. Oh, shit. Whoops. Exactly what you said. Yep. Yep. Comes down to Smishriel too. If they're making claims of other countries, they're doing it. They're doing it. If they claim there's an underground military base underneath a hospital and they're using the entire hospital as a human shield, they're doing that. And that's already been proven. In case y'all didn't know, it was proven that there was essentially a military hospital underneath a regular hospital that they were also doing command proceedings out of. I mean, they also literally banned, I'm not even joking. So over the last 2 days, they've been releasing Palestinian hostages. Mind you, they have thousands of them. In fact, the 2 weeks before the ceasefire was signed, they more than doubled the number of Palestinian people that they had taken as prisoner. They doubled it from 4,000 to 10,000, more than doubled. And they said as they released prisoners, I wish I was joking, they called the families of these prisoners that they are releasing and said, you are not allowed to celebrate. If you do, we will come and get them and take you with us. They are threatening people if they celebrate the return of a family member, even if they're dead, because they are returning dead people. They are returning corpses back to Palestine that show evidence of torture. If there is any kind of not protest, celebration, if you see a family member you haven't seen in possibly years or months and you celebrate, the IDF is going to show up and take the original prisoner and everybody celebrating away. The world's most moral army. At it again. Truly, truly a fucking joke. Fucking heinous, dude. Fucking heinous. Hate it. I hate it so much. That ceasefire is not gonna last. I guarantee it. If it lasts the what's the 16th? If it lasts the rest of the month, I will be surprised. I will be surprised. Peace in the Middle East, my ass. There will be no peace in the Middle East as long as Israel continues to exist. And that's not even a joke, because Israel has basically been the very early beginnings of the complete destabilization of the Middle East from the West. And they continue to fight for the Greater Israel Project, which is so goofy. Do I need to pull up the map? We can pull up the map of the Greater Israel Project. Greater Schmizrael. I don't want the Wikipedia. I want the map. Image in new tab. Okay. We're going back to the screen. Ba-ba-ba-bum. This is what they want. This is what they want. The least cruel faction in 40K. Oh yeah, they definitely already broke it, but it has not been deemed like fully broken. They can basically do whatever they want for a while until the international community starts calling them out. But right now, they're not, because the US is defending them. What? Considering the fact that they took care of the Israeli hostages that they had, and basically none of them, except like the extremely elderly, have passed away in Palestinian hands, as opposed to, again, 10,000s in Shitriel. Guaranteed protection to Jewish people. The thing is they didn't need guaranteed protection. Jewish people lived in harmony in the Middle East since basically always. And to claim that Eastern European Jews needed a holy land, or an ethno-state in this case, in the Middle East is asinine. It's fucking stupid. It doesn't even help that throughout the fucking history of them wanting this ethno-state, they wanted places like Madagascar, I think parts of like Chile or Argentina at one point. And like most places were just like, no. No. So then they just propagandized this shit out of Palestine not being like a real country, or what was it? Land for people without lands type shit. Started this project, helping to create it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Churchill was part of it. But the like setting stone was the Balfour Declaration, or the Balfour Declaration, which was done by a British politician with the last name Balfour. I just can't remember his first name because I don't want to remember him. I had to pick up my passport. Ooh, hell yeah. Go get your passport. Go get your passport. That shit's important. They started with Egypt yet? I mean, do you want to talk about the past war that they had? The 6 Days War? Shit like that? Again, though, this is insane. This will never happen. And nobody should let it happen. Absolutely fucking not. Like, God. Again, I don't think there's any of these countries would let this happen to any set or scale. Nor would probably, even though like Iran has like a tiny section over here, Iran probably would not let it happen to its neighbors either. Neither would Turkey. Are you kidding me? This map is a fucking joke. Also, we're about to have the ad break. So, what game do we want today? We're gonna do emote search. Chat. I know you didn't like it last time, but we are going to test it out again. Did I click start? Okay, no, I didn't. I got scared for a second that I clicked the wrong thing. Let me do this. Do this. Do this. All right. So for anybody who doesn't understand how this works, it essentially works like a crossword. There's going to be cross sections. You have to put in the starting position and the ending position. And there's going to be emotes on one side. So like Bible thump. Well, let's see. Bible thump hype. Bible thump hype kappa. I am not seeing that one. No. It can't. It's not going to be a space next to each other. It has to be like 5 spaces. It is not going to be A1 B1 or F1 G1. You have to do F1 and then to the ends of wherever the line is. No, emotes are easier pictures. Let me see again though. Bible. There you go, Morgan. There you go. Kappa Fire hype. Kappa Fire hype. Yeah, the side part. These sections that are on the left. Good Lord, I am blind apparently. Here, let's do the double. Is that it? Yay, I got one. Yippee! Okay. Double kappa, double Bible thump? Okay. Oh, damn it. I thought I saw it. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. Right there. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I see it. Oh, I ran out of time. Damn it. Damn it. See, this game's pretty cool when you know what you're doing. Oh, no, wait, no, there is enough time. Holy shit. Still more time. For some reason, the time ran out because it looked like it froze. That works. This one has a really long timer too, so we get kind of like one big solid round in between each. All right. All right, we'll do that today. I like it. I like it. See, it was a skill issue. It was a skill issue. It's just understanding how you're supposed to punch it in. Because I know when we did it, was last week or was it earlier this week? Some of y'all were punching in like every single button, like every single unit. Got the Springsteen album ad. Why is the announcer talking like it's a horror film? Are you talking about, is it an album? I thought it was a movie. Isn't it a movie? I read the instructions. Correct. Correct. Listen, reading instructions are important. I could not tell you how many times when I was a kid and a teenager, that my dad would force me to do stuff with him, like put up ceiling fans, put toilets in, and do all this other shit, only for him to get really fucking mad when he decided he didn't need the instructions and then couldn't do it. So I would let him, like into my mid-teenage years, I would basically just let him go and fumble at it for a while I sat there and read the instructions. So that by the time he got pissed off and then just gave up, I could do it. Because it was only upon eventually like getting upset and giving up that he'd be like, all right, what do the instructions say? And I'm like, that's what I fucking thought, you old bitch. Y'all bitch. Remember, guys, read the instructions. It saves time and frustration. Oh. Oh my. Sounds all too familiar there. Yeah. And losing the ability to read? It's not even losing the ability to read. It's like, hi, Thorned Nuisance, how are you doing? I know a Luma emote when I see it. First thing I do when I get a new appliance is download 2 copies of the manual. 2 copies. Who can't read? Most Americans. That's not even a joke. Most Americans can't read. He's tasked to assemble a bed. The man is clueless. Listen, I've never had struggles putting a bed together. That shit's easy. But like piecing together a like ceiling fan and stuff, that's a little more complicated. English and Rivetlands? Rivetland version? Oh no. I want to read Braille. How can I learn? I'm sure there's ways that you can learn. There's probably books out there, or honestly, yeah, books are going to be your best way. Because you could not like be like, all right, guys, I'm going to download this manual on how to read Braille on the internet, because the way you read it is by feeling it. So you would have to get a imprinted book to be able to learn it. You just got to keep trying until you got to feel for it. Boo! Boo! Boo, you stink! Mm, 30% of adults have basic to remedial reading comprehension skills. It's not 30%. It's more than 50%. It's around 60%. I'd say I'm doing great. Hell yeah, enjoy Warframe. Beat the shit out of people for me. Especially the Grenier. Yes. 60% of the US population cannot read above a 6th grade level. 6th grade level. That's still reading shit like The Magic Treehouse, Deltora Quest. That's technically not the level where you're reading shit like Warrior Cats. It is not done based on like area barbecue, raw, bleh, 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 bleh. It is 60% of the total American population, basically spread evenly across the United States, that cannot read past the 6th grade level. I read young adult novels, but just for fun. I kind of like young adult novels too, mainly because they have kind of the more interesting stories. And you're less likely to get those weird, well, it's about even, honestly. I was about to say, you're less likely to get shoehorned romance in the young adult novel. And then I'm like, wait, side eyes divergence. Taking me back to the Magic Treehouse. Damn. Yep. All the way back, baby. All the way back. But yeah. James St. James wrote one about what? No, I didn't. Was that the author's name? I do not remember authors' names from books I read as a kid. Thing was, too, in school, I was very much a reader. What was it? my middle school years and early high school, we would have something that we called the Century Club, which was you had to read a book and take an online test on it. Does anybody remember taking book tests? Like voluntary book tests? You could grab a book, and if it had like a certain dot or something on it, you would be able to take a test on it, read the book, take a test on it, like 10 questions maybe. And then like you would get credit for it. And sometimes it'd be part of your grades, it'd be other things. I did that. But every year I did more than 100. More than 100 books every year. It was very fun. Who remembers the Unwound series? I've talked about it on stream before, but who remembers the Unwound series? It's a dystopian future where, let's say, everything that a Republican thinks abortion is becomes real, and they're suddenly okay with it because they create nanotechnology that allows people to, quote, live in a divided state, which means nothing. They essentially turn children up into their teenage years into body banks. In the case that, like, if your parents decide they don't like you anymore before you turn 18, they can just go have you killed. And by killed, I mean cut up into pieces and bits and given away to adults for who need them. Because they basically perfected like body transplantation and organ transplantation with these nanites. And it follows like a bunch of kids who go through different versions of that situation. With like the first one, of course, being his parents try to try to unwind him, and the feds show up and he runs away. The girl who has been like homeless her entire life because her parents didn't want her, and she left before they could try and get her unwound. And then there's the one kid who is the 10th child of a family who tithes. So his entire life, he knew and likes the idea that he was always going to be unwound. No. But yeah, it's the Animorph series is online for free. Ooh, I know. I'm pretty sure the TV series is also on YouTube for free. This is so much fun. Yeah, Percy Jackson books are really good, especially some of the newer series that Rick Riordan has done. Good shit. Good kid books. And plus, there's so many of them that they will typically last a kid like through his teenage years. Ever go to the champagne room just to get, I think it's supposed to say unwound, but it says unsound. I do remember Artemis Fowl. Too bad the movie was absolute dog shit. Who remembers the Demonata series or Cirque du Freak? I wonder how many people remember Cirque du Freak and Demonata. You read all of them? Hell yeah, dude. Welcome to the club. Yeah, Cirque du Freak, where vampires are purple. And then they didn't do that in the movie for some reason. Oh, Darren Shan, yep. No, I do remember the saga of Darren Shan. I'm pretty sure it's the one I'm thinking of. Hold on. This isn't the one where his like dad is the devil, is it? Okay, no, this is different. Darren Shan's the author, and this is just all the books, the different collections. I'm trying to remember the book series where it's like about a kid whose dad is literally the devil. But I can't remember what that one is. Okay, listen. Is it the Demonata? Okay, I couldn't remember for sure. I couldn't remember. What did you think of the Maze Runner books? Never read them. Don't give a shit. Okay, Titan, I read the Nicholas Flamel books as they came out. Not even a joke. I read them and then donated them to my school so that they were in our school library. It's an anime? No. But I got so pissed. I'm going to ruin this book series for everyone because it is not worth the read. It does the thing it does the point where there's like, oh, brother and sister, chosen ones. Oh, magical system involving auras. Oh, wow, they have a gold and silver aura. That means they're like children of prophecy. Blah, blah, blah. 6 books later, you get to the end. You find out the creepy guy that's been stalking the siblings this entire time, you think is the villain, is in fact the brother, all grown up, who took the divine powers of both siblings and then sent his sister back in time to have a normal life. And it's just like, okay, so nothing that happened in the 6 books matters because the canon world is where the brother takes the divinity and then just sends his sister back in time to go back. That's why I'm telling it, Bounce, so that y'all don't go read it. Because I read that book. I fucking read that series all the way through completely. And when I got to that point and finished that last page, I closed it and I go, this was a fucking waste of time. And then I had the same feelings with, what's the red book from the Divergent series? Here, let me pull it up real quick. Divergent series. I think it was the 3rd book. Yeah, it was the 3rd book, Allegiance. Okay. Who remembers the Divergent movies? Which is basically just, I'm a basic white girl and I'm special because I can feel multiple emotions. But it was so annoying to go through 2 fucking books of being like, oh, okay, I guess humanity is in like a post-apocalypse, emotionally stunted realm where like everybody is essentially categorized into a job for certain things. And then you get to the 3rd book and you find out it's just fucking it's Chicago. And a lot of cities are like this, but they're inside essentially a like scientific observation zone. And you go through these first 2 books the whole time being like, oh, being divergent is bad. You don't want to be divergent because the people who aren't divergent are going to try to kill you, blah, blah, blah. It's it's an omen. It's bad for the communities, blah, 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 blah. And then you get to the 3rd book and they like escape kind of, and they start talking to the scientists that are observing the city. And they're like, oh, no, we were basically just trying to reconstitute emotional complexity into the human species by fostering these different cities and waiting for these divergents to show up. Hi, Double I only follow the bottoms. Thank you for the self-care. We'll do that in just a second. Actually, we'll do it now. I think she did, Beef. I think she did. But I remember getting to page, I'm not even joking, I still remember to this day, page 264, reading this book, sitting at my desk at my dad's house, and going, just slamming it closed. Fuck this series. And then I set it down and slid it to the far end of the desk, and I never picked it up again. I never touched that book again. Isn't Team Nana, but it's a major spoiler for another series? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure I remember it was another series. Was it Nathan? Something Nathan? No, it's not the Half Bad trilogy. I want to say it was like Nathan something. I love the Star Wars Republic Commando books. Ooh. Also, earlier today, I remember that according to the US government, I'm a terrorist. Also correct. Welcome to the club, baby. I mean, do I need to pull up the list that they said apparently, goodness, makes you a terrorist in the United States? What was it? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, hating on people. Find the list. I need to know. All right. Where was it? Actually, didn't I have a picture somewhere for this? I thought I had a picture of it. I thought I had grabbed it somewhere. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Actually, hold on. Let me see here. It's probably, if I'm pretty sure I deleted it on my phone, but it may still be in my trash. Let me double check to make sure I still don't have it saved. Okay, it's definitely not saved. So, show, trash. Trash. Also, hold on a second. Why can't I find you? Oh, there it is. I did find it. Okay. The Time magazine cover was hilarious. By the way, wait, which one? All right, so this is the list. That'll get you added as an from ESPM7. Indicia, aka indicators, plural. I do not know why they use that word. Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration. That just means you think you should have open borders. If you're anything other than hating on, quote, illegals, that's what that means. Extremism on race. I think everybody should have rights regardless of the color of their skin or where they come from. That's probably what they mean. Extremism on gender. Trans people exist. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family. That basically means if you hate somebody who keeps telling you, actually a family is only when one man and one woman have 2.1 children. Hostility towards those who hold traditional views on religion. Basically means if you're mad at a person who thinks that Christianity is the only religion that should exist in the US. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that shit. And then last one is hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. I don't even want to think about what that one means. I'm a child of a second marriage. Oh. Ordain's making up Dutch words in the Discord. No way it's real. Okay, let's see. What words is Ordain making up? Battlefield 6, Call of Duty. Step inside. Oh, okay. This Arbeidsongesgesch type shit for disability insurance. Those aren't real words. Those aren't real words. You're lying. Also, fertile and flexible. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Well, I'm full marks on that count, baby. Let's go next. Let's go. The man works, the woman is nothing more than a broodmare? Pretty much. Traditional family values, my fucking ass. My fucking ass. Wait a second. Okay. Don't you mean full marks? Oh, I don't have the Soviet anthem. Damn it. I'm missing out on a lot of things by not having the Soviet anthem on my fucking soundboard. Being a trad wife is fine if it's your choice and if you can afford it. It's a luxury to be able to afford a trad wife lifestyle. That is a fucking luxury in the United States. If you can have a household where one person can work and the other person can stay home the entire time, taking care of the house and the kids, that's a fucking miracle. Either that or that man owns a construction company. La Internationale. I love La Internationale. Me wanting to be a house husband? Yep. Hi, Black Dragon. How are you doing? Oh. Oh, right. I remember when this was a thing. All right. Who remembers the trend that lasted like less than a week of people green screening their models or throwing on like green pants and green screening their games onto themselves or their models? Does anybody else remember that? Anyone else? I was gonna say, apparently Fruit posted back when she did that. And she's literally just wearing pasties. There was no way that was TOS. There's no way that was TOS friendly. That's bullshit. The green screen butt meta. This was literally just straight up Fruit's entire like chest wearing pasties on her 3D model. Which is 100% stupid and goofy. Again, though, I don't know why anybody thought that that was going to last. Okay. Wait, is this a picture and not... Oh. Huh. That's a really pretty bakery. Who had nipple pasties was AFK, just Fruit posting her stuff. I have no idea if it was shared in the Discord. I don't think so. I just saw it on Twitter. But we've also lollygagged enough, guys. Let's get moving. Let's get around to doing our stuff. Yeah, tonight's a jacket kind of night. All right, let's go change the category. Bloodlines 1. Haven't been here in a minute. Hi, Minnie. How are you doing? Minty. Minty. I like the jacket too. All right, let me... Okay, we got to do a little sliding of things over here real quick. Before I open the game, because if I do it any other way, it's going to be really stupid. All right. You can minimize. You can also minimize. Game loader, unofficial patch. We're gonna go bust projector screen? No. Wait, why do you say it like that, Bounce? Do you only come here to hear me yap away, not for the games? That's so mean. Yes, free. It comes out, is it Wednesday? Tuesday. Apparently it's going to come out like an hour into stream on that day. So we will more than likely... What, too good to have well-placed screens? I mean, we can't do it on Twitch. That's still TOS. They specifically banned that practice at one point. Okay. We're going to over here. Make sure it's capturing the right location. Here, I know I'm in the wrong place, so now we'll slide over here. Check the music. Pause the music before it starts. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. Game volume should still be good. Now, I think we were out of side missions, right? Yeah, because all of these are part of this over here. So, who could we talk to about some stuff? Did your stuff. Here, maybe if I tell her a bit more money, good news, they already cut an hour for my shift on that day. Ooh. No beef, no you can't, because I'm busy.
Welcome back, Kindred. Do you seek guidance?
Do you give much guidance to Wong Ho?
I know him well.
Spice seriousness, but also the comfy vibes that are super awesome to be around. Keep being you. Aw, thank you, next. Bust meta win? It's already passed. You can't do it anymore. Also, my stomach's starting to hurt again. Is my water bottle? Hold on a second. No, my water bottle's fine. Weird. I have a few more questions.
What can I help you with?
Do we tell her? Do we tell her? Community is a good, cool vibe too. Hell yeah. Although a bunch of them are very dorky. Isn't that right, Free? Look at you. Look at you scream. Okay. I think we tell her, right? We can always just go back to the last save. It'll be totally fine.
Ah, yes. I am aware that you dispatched one of our operatives. It is of little consequence.
Okay.
What can I help you with? There is much Kindred have to learn about our ways.
Your relationship to humans?
Humans? What is it you would like to know?
How do Qui-Jin
In our
interact with
homeland,
them?
Man and supernatural live in uneasy harmony. Our mortals see spirituality in all things, and our existence is taken for granted. An open secret is the easiest to keep.
Do you not hide your
We
nature?
do, in fact. Our purpose is to seek transcendence. Interfering in mortals' lives, or their interference in Qui-Jin unlives, detracts from this pursuit.
But you're a priestess.
My purpose touches many lives. Such is my path.
Isn't that
I
interference?
mean it in the most practical sense. Does the parent show the child contempt by protecting it?
We dork it up.
To help
Yep,
those
beef.
weaker than
Beef is
oneself
also one
is
of the
a
biggest
terrible
dorks.
way.
Beef, Big, Ordain. Hi, Hall Rider. I see what you
The
mean.
mortals of our domain are blessedly humble, simple, and content to avoid supernatural attention, which is more than can be said for Western stock.
Okay. What are you saying?
Were we not all human at one point? It is not obvious, Kindred, that mortality is not the end. Is it then not unreasonable to think that further existences lie beyond? That we are all...
I mean, yeah, do we even want to talk about Horizon Realms? That's gonna be a fucking migraine and a half. Okay. My point
This
exactly.
is what we seek, or at least as best as I can explain it to you.
You're really stuck up for a dead chick, aren't you? Jesus. Okay, more
What
questions.
can I help you with?
I'm
There is much Kindred have to learn.
fishing.
about
I'm
our
fishing for
ways.
side quests. Qui-Jin Society. Doesn't sound so different.
On the contrary, it is another chance for us to find our place in the universe. A chance for transcendence. We are not damned, not burdened with an ancient guilt, as in the legend of your biblical progenitor.
Speaking of legends, you actually buy into this stuff? Ooh, interesting. Okay.
No, Qui-Jin do not rise after the second breath with an awareness of their condition. The road to enlightenment is always long and arduous. Many Qui-Jin die a final death before they realize what has become of them.
Impy, you're a little cutie patootie. Don't you fucking forget it. I guess we don't have any more questions, but I just want to see if there's anything else. Ah, no, it's fine. Why do you sparkle? Okay, hold on. Okay, I can't even interact with it. Okay then. Did I just get stuck on a tuna can? That's not even the right door. I'm an idiot. Beef do be a dork. Figured that out the moment I joined the Discord. Listen, just because there's wizard battles every day in the Discord general chat doesn't mean anything. I think we've done like all this. Can we go in here? Is she in here? What was their name? Yuki?
Deb's back, and she's got a fresh cup of coffee ready to take it into the AM. In case you didn't know it, you're tuned into the night on KTRK. I'm your lovely hostess. Feel free to
hello.
me all you want. But please
10. Oh man. Oh man. Why'd you wear out your welcome? Nah. I was gonna say we've had worse people in chat that like quote overstay their welcome. But that's like the person yesterday. What was his name? 69 God or something? That's the club. I think we gotta go do the Giovanni Mansion, guys. Is it Giovanni Mansion time? I was gonna say, y'all are all, like, most of y'all are really well behaved. Except Ordain, but Ordain does it on purpose. Ooh. It is always so funny when shit like that happens. Also, hold on. Do we have any experience right now? 0. Okay. You know a place we haven't checked out in a long time just to make sure?
Hop in.
We're going back to Santa Monica.
Lovely evening.
Only a 4-hour shift. Good news, more bloodline sign. Bad news, less money. No! All right, let's go talk to the sisters. Aw. You know what? Let's also top off while we're here.
Did you miss me?
Yes. All right. I don't think there's any other there's any other missions. I hit F by accident, but luckily this is a safe zone, and so I didn't actually try to bite somebody and get like a violation. Y'all here? Oh, y'all are still crazy.
Good evening.
Hello, sweetheart.
How are you two getting along?
Valleys. But I still can't persuade her to wear eyeshadow, and you won't.
What's going on in Santa Monica?
I did get word from the prince. Oh, let me tell her. Be my guest. Therese has officially sided with the Camarilla. Could be a prince one day.
Okay. Congratulations. Oh, that's it? That's all I get to do? Okay. Yeah. So one's a baron, one's a prince. Hip thrust. Work the donk? Shit, I still need to do the squats from the beginning of stream. Fuck, dude. All right, hold on. Oh, other door, that's right. All right. I got to do 40 squats right now. That's fine. That's totally fine. Okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you look too long now, doesn't it not count you as a viewer? It's usually just check in, say something on occasion. Does that Zach fair? Okay. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Final Fantasy VII? I've never played it. I'll be a better lurker. Yeah, we also have the lurk check redeem, which is usually the point where everybody checks in, which I totally missed when Jay redeemed it. So I guess lurk check right now, guys. All right, I gotta do 10 more. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. All right. The women who are princes, do they get called princesses? They're all called princes, no matter what. No matter what, regardless of gender, they are called princes. Just like they're always called barons.
I have seen the face of the
Let's go see this nerd. I doubt he's gonna have anything interesting for us.
Deb's back, and she's got a fresh cup of coffee ready.
Fades back into the pre-join the show redeem lurk days.
Hey there. I was hoping you'd stop back by. I got word about Muddy Mike. Seems he was a victim of that serial killer fella. Crazy, huh?
Oh, I never talked to him after we saved Mike. Oh, shit.
Sure, honey. What is it?
And what have you been up
Oh, I can't actually ask him any questions.
What's the occasion?
It's a weekday.
Touche.
Hey, Deb.
Okay. Wait, was that a car just going through the tunnel? What?
I have seen the face of the demon, and it is excited.
I've never noticed that before. Bertrand! What's up, dude?
I'm glad you're here. I've heard you've been up to quite a bit lately. Very interesting. I was hoping you could help me with something.
Oh?
A little bird said they spotted you down in the Warrens. Gonna be back there soon.
Might be what you
I'm
need.
looking for a data CD. It was lost down there, supposedly. Find it for me, and I'll teach you a thing or two. Some stuff that could really come in handy for you, from the sound of things.
Hell yeah.
Great. Go to the Warrens, then find the data CD. Don't bother asking around for it. I've already made a pest of myself about this. Just find it and bring it back.
Okay.
What?
Okay, no, he's our information boy. So we did have another mission. Who else can we talk to here? Maybe the Thin Bloods? Yeah, we'll go try talking to the Thin Bloods, and then we'll go by Mercurio. And then maybe our apartments. That's here. Again, I'm fishing for more side quests. What's their angle? Huh? Hi, Tuka. What you doing over there? What you working on? Okay. I wonder if the rest of the Thin Bloods are gonna be here after we scared that guy out of town. Nope. They are gone. Okay, I want to go up here because we saw the sign of the like fortune teller. Oh, that's the light shining through the fence. It's like, what is that shape? Yeah, there's the psychic. Not actually an enterable place. Oh, hey, the arcade's open. Apparently I'm finding Call of Duty. Pitfall. Activision River Raid. Blood Quest. Rampage! Oh shit, I used to play the same console back at a local pizza place in my hometown. Makes me wonder what they want out of the deal. Bertram's actually just really nice in general. King Neptune tells all. That's just a picture of one of those fortune teller robots. Huh. Oh. Bubblegum. What can I do with the bubblegum? Huh. Okay. I like Rampage. Rampage is a good game. Oh, it opens? Oh, shit. Okay. Banana splits. Chubby's Taco Shack. I trust this place intrinsically. Rob's Harbor Grill. Burgers, fries, soda. What's our prices looking like? Unreadable. Cool. Who is your character choice in Rampage? Lizzie. The days of fishing on the pier late at nights. I miss it. I miss it sometimes. Living close to the coast, being able to go out on the pier with just like a shitty little rental fishing rod. Okay. The thing was though, if I remember correctly, on the Rampage arcade machine, so like, let me look at it. To do this, to even play as Lizzie, you had to be the second player. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you had to be the second player or it forced you to play the gorilla. I don't think you could pick. At least I don't remember being able to pick. Wait, is this another gate? Can this one open? No, it can't. Okay. My own boat? Do you think I'm really gonna get my own boat? That's expensive. That's gonna be pretty expensive. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. But I may get a little boat that I would be able to do like, go put out like crab pots and stuff. Because I would like to be able to do that in Norway. If we can catch our own crab and stuff rather than having to spend the exorbitant amounts for it. Oh, I'm sold, baby. I am sold. Fishing all the oceans? Well, if you're going around the world fishing, it'd be much better to just rent a boat. That's a nice boat. That's a nice boat. Then we gotta go this way. Actually, I don't remember. Is Mercurio even here? From what I've heard, yes. Yes, it is. Also, hold on. You. 8. Okay, hold on. What is our lock picking? 7. Okay, we can do this. Not a lot. Fuck, dude. I can't even use blood buff to help. Hey, buddy.
You might like this. Now this is not your everyday ordinary pop gun. Only a few people ever get their hands on one of these. Take a look.
Oh?
Took a trip to see a friend of mine. He's a quartermaster down at a police station in OC. Guy's been miffed about a pay freeze, so he's agreed to start filling my wish list for a cut. Got a SWAT rifle out of this trip. Interested? Picked up a Spaz 15 this morning. Clean.
Damn it, I already got one. I stole one.
Something. You interested?
No.
Concerning?
Weapons.
Specifically?
A flamethrower. Sold.
Oh, yeah, I get a lot of requests for those. I blame the movies. Everybody thinks they're a riot till they set their
Listen, if I have the flamethrower, the werewolf shows up, oh, it'll be good. As you went crabbing for them? Yes. Have a lot of crabs for dinner. I'd like to like be able to cook with more crabs because there's so many cool dishes you can make with seafood.
Specifically?
Tactical nuke.
Only a lunatic would want that kind of ordnance. That's why they got him in Washington.
Ha! What do you say? What are you selling? Okay, I thought he was just gonna give me a gun, but he didn't. Oh, hello. A Remington sniper rifle? Are you serious? You know what? Oh. Actually, this would probably be better. Excellent. Excellent. I can still technically afford this one. We won't get much ammo, but it'll be good to have. Yes. Inventory full. Uh-oh. All right. Mac 10, fuck off. I did not know we had like maximum size inventory. I still have the arm. I do still have the arm. We can sell that. That's a replica. Wait, there's a deagle? That's much more important. Okay. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I knew we saved Mercurio for a reason. Can we just order takeout? Fuck yeah, we can order takeout. I'll always cancel for takeout. Attached to your shoulders, flexes and Bruja. Sadly, we're playing Toreador, and this is Bloodlines 1. Which means Nightmare Fuel. That we are going to have to be using guns a lot later. Unfortunately. Alright. We're going to the tunnels. Okay, so we need to go to Hollywood. Excuse me, Ossifer.
Going somewhere.
Hollywood. And then, yeah, this way. I don't think we found everybody of interest here. Because I feel like we kind of blazed through Hollywood pretty easy. I never gunned with Mama Cavian was a damp pimp jacket wearing samurai sword. I mean, we do have our duster. The thing is, though, is it reduces dexterity, sadly. Well, the question is in this game, how good is it? We'll have to wait until we find some combat to see how good it is. Because the guns in this game scale a lot. A lot. Designer coat, you can call it that too. It's kind of a duster. It doesn't go all the way down. Simply crouch under all the enemy attacks. Just peek around corners. It's totally fine. Okay. Oh, that was weird. Okay, so now we gotta go snoop around the fucking Warrens to try and find a CD. Does anybody know where this CD is off the top of their head? Out of curiosity. Anybody at all? I know it's in the Warrens, you smartass. Should honestly probably check in with some of the people here.
Side, then don't come back here until you've got last year's copy of Guy magazine where I'm on the cover. You know, the one where I was wearing the gum wrapper and the 2 bottle caps.
Okay. Okay, we got more missions. Let's also go find the other dude. That's not an actual door to interact with. It's gonna be this nerd.
Hey, newbie. What do you need?
Ask a few questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Guess don't got anything. That's not a real door. Okay. And take the path across it. So I'm looking for a couch in here. That's not good. Here's what this is. What is up here? Okay, this is basically just a shortcut. At least going this direction, right? No, this is... No, this is the long way. This is what we saw. Okay. There, wait, what? Huh? Oh. Oh, sick. Okay. Okay, I was kind of... What the hell? Huh. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Hell yeah, Ronan. Hell yeah. Oh, we got ad breaks in 2.5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Now we gotta go all the way back to the other exit. What clan are you playing out of curiosity? I need to know. I must know. Gotta go all the way back, and then we gotta go to... Get through Gary's place. And then we gotta go back to Bertram. What clan are we playing? Toreador. Also, hold on. She wanted... Copy of Guy magazine. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna have to go to the prawn shop, more than likely. Not this way. We'll probably have to go to the prawn shop to find that magazine. That's only guessing. I have no idea. We may have to go to the like convenience store instead. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, bye, Gary. I know you're here somewhere. Not having 3 to 4 tabs open, almost. It kind of sucks when you go from having like all of your friends that are live at once or streams that you like watching at once to just being forced to have 2. I hate it. I genuinely hate it. Because I'm nosy in the case that like I always like to see what friends and acquaintances and stuff are doing. But I also want to support the friends that want to get partners. So I almost always like close the partner friends and leave the others open. I'll usually pop in and be like, hey, how's it going? What you doing? What you working on? And then like after a little be like, all right, gotta close. Gotta go support the affiliate homies. You can watch 2 people. You just can't watch more than 2. Okay, before we go to Bertram, let's go grab... Actually, we got 5 seconds until the ad break, so we're gonna take a brief break. I am gonna go stand up for a little bit. And let me click back over here, get the game go away. And we will bring back emote search. All right, I'm just gonna go down here and then I'm just gonna scamper over here out of the way. Because I have to do this in like the weirdest, most convoluted method possible. It's goofy, but it works. All right, make sure to go refill your water and stuff now, guys. I will be back in just a little bit. Have fun with the game. All right. What'd I miss? Who died? What's the deal? Let me make sure I turn down the music. Okay. Sorry that took so long, you guys. I reheated a piece of naan and I was just nibbling on that in the kitchen. Oh, goodness. I tried to scorf it down as fast as I can. But I need to check. Okay. Hi, Faye. I just saw the chimpkin. All right. Let's put this away. Phoenix. Music first. Before I try to open the game and then pick myself up and then open the game. Whee! 25 stream streak. Jesus. I thought that was a smaller number when I first glanced at it. So I was like, 5 stream streak. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right. We were going to the prawn shop. That's literally right here behind us. Okay. You. I need a magazine.
What can I do to you, honey? He's selling bottled estrogen and fucking... I guess it kind of makes a little bit sense that a prawn shop may sell, like, Plan B. These are all DVDs. Doggies! Dead bird. Weird. Troika. Nice. Nice. But actually, hold on. Can we go? Hold on. We gotta go check something. We gotta go check something. Oh, damn it. Okay. It's out of order now because we broke into it. Okay, let's go to the red spot then. I mean, it is a prawn store, so we picked Toreador, but I let chat choose. I let chat vote on the ones that I was interested in playing through. I walked past it. Completely forgot where I was going for a second. Okay.
Back, and she's got a fresh cup of coffee ready to take it in.
Um.
In case you didn't know it, you're tuned into the dead of night on KTRK. I'm your lovely host.
Okay, maybe he's selling it.
Hola.
About me all you want, but please don't send any more drawings.
Oh, that's new.
Lines are all full, so
That's different, Remington. Where did that come from?
Line 3, you're speaking to me.
61.
And what have you been up to tonight, caller?
63. 15 more cents and you're going in my stomach, Choco Bombs.
What's the occasion?
Uh-huh. Longworm.
Touché.
All right. Where do we go for this magazine? Hey, Ghost.
Yes, General.
Hmm.
You know all those problems we've been having in the Mideast?
Yes, those damn Virginians.
Okay. So, like, I figured this out, right? Okay. So, if we want peace in the Mideast, think about it.
Where did I park my car again? Oh, wait, I don't even have a car, dude.
What brings people together? Pizza. So, like, think on this. For, like, half the cost of one of those, Blockbuster
Is this man pitching to Dev that for peace in the Middle East, we need to give them ganja and pizza?
61.
Just say no, dude.
62. 63. 15 more cents and you're going in my stomach, Choco Bombs.
Yeah, I'm about to reveal something that I'm putting my life on the line. But the people of this city and this country and this planet, they have the right to know this. Do you understand?
What's the word, Gomez?
This is serious. There are a lot of organizations that would do anything in their power to keep this a secret.
I don't doubt.
Deb, this is really serious now. Can I finish? All right. Everyone knows they've got cameras at every stoplight so that the government can keep tabs on our coming.
I mean, have you ever seen what people do when they visit Middle Eastern countries and they enjoy the food? Like, that's real peace negotiations.
Frequently traveled routes, and then opening new locations of their well-known chain of coffee houses in the most profitable locations. And did you also know that they use those funds to suppress fusion and solar power?
It all makes sense now.
Well, the Illuminati, control all the world's energy.
They should, like, combine pizza and nachos together and call them.
Yes, sir, we know. In 20 years, you're gonna be a fucking trillionaire. We know. We know. We know you're gonna move to Seattle and become very wealthy. We know. Fuck. I leave you in charge of entertaining my dog and keeping her out of trouble. I run to the bank. Her name is Zilly. Zilly, come here, baby. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Is this man treating you well? Has he been feeding you extra? Are you getting treats? No, he's not giving you treats. I'm so sorry, Zilly. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that they are neglecting you. Insanity. Abusing this poor dog. Okay, where would we go? Let's go talk to Vivi real quick. Is she on the phone with Alex Jones? The thing is sometimes those caller ins are like onto something. Okay. That lets us give Zilly treats. Oh, that's not. Wait, why are your eyes like that? Oh, I can't go towards her. Why are your eyes like that? Who are you? Are you Cindy? No, you're Candy. Where's Velvet? Oh, she's up there. I don't think I can talk to her when she's on the stage. I also did not know that she actually went on the stage. I don't think these dances are very pole dancey. It'd be rude to leave during her performance. It's fine. You've been into fast books, right? Somehow? Didn't we like break into fast books or something? Oh, right. Oh, this isn't fast books. This is the club. This is ASP. Until I get back is the bite of potential pizza I ordered for my dog gets. Let's go! Random shadow. Oh, hello! This game is so fucking goofy, dude. Okay, where would we go? I mean, we could look it up. Metalhead Industries? Again, I don't think we were able to go into Metalhead Industries. Yeah, still locked for some reason. So... yeah, if you want to look at... all right, lurk check, sound off. Who's still here? Who's not dead? We got a lurk check. If you're still listening, this is your time to drop an emote, say hi, or do anything of the above. Can I go here and talk to the gargoyle? Hello, sir. I just wish to talk. Hey, buddy.
Leave this place, kindred.
Okay. What? Yep, I'm awake. No? Well, thank you, Nex. Let's go talk to Isaac while we're over here. Sooner than a month from now? Oh, if only we knew a mechanic in the area or in the community.
Evening.
Oh.
Certainly.
Shit. Velvet.
You've met VV, have you? Of all the kindred I know, she seems the most alive. She's still young, though, but nonetheless adept. She's not my child, but she's become like a daughter to me.
Aww. That's cute. Spider-Man here to check on the lurkers in St. Marian's School? Yeah, Spider-Man thinks I'm cool. Okay, so... a guy named Flynn. Flynn.
Night eating you?
Okay, no. Flynn. Is Flynn is he the pawn shop owner? He's in the grid? Huh? Petrochem Polymers. Proud makers of caustic polypropylene plastic? You put the word caustic in your advertisements? Tron reference? Oh. Can you see where Flynn is? If you're on the wiki, you could probably click. I feel like he may be the pawn shop owner in Santa Monica, but I don't remember. All right, hey Kane. Here, we gotta go to Santa Monica anyway.
Lovely evening.
Let's go give Bertram this CD. Actually, can I talk to this guy? No. No, I can't. I got you a CD, bud.
Ah, back so soon? Did you make it to the Warrens and find my data CD?
Yep.
Ah,
what experience!
Now listen
No,
up,
man.
fledgling. You might want to take notes.
Oh.
Like what?
Oh, okay, no. Oh, he gives me a stat increase. Never mind, that was worth it. Hold on, what did he increase? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Wait, weren't we already at 7 lockpicking? Huh. Okay. So I feel so bad about the new movie. Flynn. Not this way. I think it's maybe it's the pawn shop, or maybe I need to go downtown. That's Trips. It's the Sinbin, is it? I want to see what this guy sells has changed at all.
You need? Beats me. Santa Monica is dead.
All right, here's what we got today.
What the fuck is a bush hook? Christ. Okay. All right, yeah, so we got to go back and talk to Flynn then. Maybe we need to like ham up a conversation with him or something. Probably. I think it hooks bushes. Me too. That's what I think it does. It looks like a worse scythe, basically. It looks like one of the weird axes that you get in Final Fantasy XIV at low levels. Have we been into the smoke shop? That's not Chunk, that's Chubbs. Hey, Chubbs. Who are you?
How you doing?
I guess smoking isn't enough for you, handsome?
You got it.
Oh, okay, never mind. We don't need any blood. I did not expect that that's what that was going to be. Are you a salesman?
Good evening to you.
Good voice. Okay. We haven't really... Why is this here? Second movie and 9 Inch Nails is doing the new one. It's not good. Okay. Yeah. We'll go back to the sin bin.
Need a ride?
Yes. Hollywood. I think we're also gonna go snoop around downtown after this. And go talk to a bunch of the other people. Wrong direction. So I was right in my intuition thinking that we needed to go to the sin bin. All right, bud.
What can I do to you, honey?
Few questions.
Yeah? What do you want to know?
Certain copy of Guy magazine.
You want this month's issue? Tawny Sessions is on the cover wearing nothing but scotch tape and a pair of gym socks.
Tempting, but I'm looking for last year's issue with Amalia.
Sure you do. Everyone wants a copy of that. She went missing last year and no one knows what happened to her.
Oh shit, how much is it gonna cost?
Item, honey. Gonna cost you.
Why is he so much quieter, by the way? He's just suddenly quieter.
That Amalia was quite a piece of rump roast. I never wanted to be a gum wrapper more in my whole life. I couldn't part with it for any less.
What?
500.
Come on.
That's a bummer. Come back when you do.
What?
Yeah? What do you want to know?
See, now he's louder. Fuck.
I'm sure you do. Everyone wants... I don't know.
Is there another way to get it? Does anybody know? Here, hold on. Yeah. So he's told us he has it, but okay, hold on. There's got to be another way to get this fucking magazine. There's got to be a way to do it without spending that fucking chunk of money. No, there's no other way. Fuck, dude. All right. I think we're gonna have to sell some of our older guns.
What can I...
$10 for the Ithaca? Seriously? Oh, wait, I think we picked this one up. That's fine. We got $10. All right, let's go. We're going to go scan downtown, and then we're going to go talk to Venus. Although I doubt Venus is going to have any money for us. There's no way Venus is going to have any money for us.
Hop in.
Hi, Carlesia. Welcome in. How are you doing? Up, downtown. Otherwise, we may have to go do the Giovanni mission to get money. Okay, we'll go this way. We'll go one direction to check stuff, and then we'll go the other afterwards. We're gonna go stop in at every place I know where there's important NPCs. Which, of course, automatically starts with Strauss. She glazed you for 3 minutes straight? Hey, listen, why would I blame her for anything? Welcome in. Excuse me, pardon me. Strauss, please tell me you have something for me to do.
How? Of course. What is it you would like to know? no more than yourself. But I do know that...
Okay, I know we asked him that before.
I do not know. Although I must admit that I sense a change in the night air. Something subtle and not altogether...
Yeah, we've asked him this before. I remember this answer.
No more.
What is
it
something else? Nope, that's it. That's all I got. That's the thing, though. Apparently, I found out recently. Apparently, oh, wrong direction. Apparently, the Tremere ending is the canon ending. VTM Bloodlines 1 canon story is played as a Tremere with the Tremere ending. That's apparently the canon ending because it's referenced in games like Night Road and a bunch of others that certain NPCs in that game know of the protagonist in this game. And like even one of the characters is apparently friends with us. A character that's not in this game, but apparently outside of it. All right, what do you got?
What the hell did you want? Yeah?
Nope. Jack.
Hey, kid, what's going on?
God, it's all questions.
Sure thing, kiddo. Fire away.
Are we at a bottleneck? Is that what this is?
What's on your mind?
Actually, let's talk to about the Qui-Gen.
Sure thing.
Something else. Qui-Gen.
Yeah, some of these younger anarchs got a real burning hate for the Qui-Gen. First time
It's the point of nearing the end of the game. That makes sense. Thing is, though, is we haven't even seen the observatory mission yet.
Yep, cost the anarchs San Francisco. They're tough. They're hard to get a beat on them. At least with Kindred, you pretty much know what to expect, what they're capable of. Qui-Gen? Full of surprises. Man, don't let them cloud your head with their mumbo-jumbo. That crap wasn't meant for you. We're different breeds, us and them.
The final run? Gotcha. All right. Thanks, Jack. We're going to talk to Damsel.
Heard anything?
What's your pleasure?
Yeah, it is Jake the Dong. Thank you for giving us up to cool, awesome dude, Carlicia. Holy shit. Carlicia. How are you doing, Willow? What are you getting into? What trouble are you getting into? Okay, I think we've run out of things on this side of town. Carla, perfect. Perfection. Oh, that was right in my ear. Not the fucking snorts. Jesus. Oh, I did not like that. Mandatory view message. Hi, Ordain. Nothing that way. We're not gonna go in there because we're just gonna get yelled at. To teach you metalworking. What kind of metalworking? All right, we need to go talk to Venus. Lurk check again. Yoink. All the junk that I left here.
Baby girl. Check it out, step right up. David Duchovny sick, sign, seal, and certain.
Okay, where's the...
Check it out, step right up.
Didn't I have something?
Check it out, step right up.
Oh, the knife. I was gonna sell the knife. Yoink.
Hey, don't walk on by. I look like Dionne Warwick.
Okay. I don't think Venus is really gonna have much money for us. Like maybe $100. Maybe. Maybe self-care, Carla. I was gonna say, the voice acting cast in this game is shockingly star-studded.
Money, right? Come.
Okay.
1, 2, 3,
Okay. Pisha. Pisha's the wife. Pisha's
Lovely
always
evening.
the wife. I don't think there's anybody to go talk to in any of these buildings unless we want to go talk to Amber. Right? Yes, the flesh eater. That's our wife. I love my flesh eating wife. All right, we're going to the Giovanni mansion, kids. You ready to go bully the mob? Let's do a quick save. But needs a wet nap? No, she's perfect the way she is. She's perfect the way she is.
Going somewhere?
Giovanni stronghold.
Yeah, what is it? Giovanni, oh yeah, here's the place. I haven't met you before. You,
Are you wasted?
Member of family? Is that right? Hell of a family to be born into or married into.
She's wasted, Vapor.
You have an invitation with you? Hey, don't worry about it. I'm sure they'll let you in. Just tell them you lost it.
Okay, she pre-games a little too hard.
Things all the time.
Do you have an invitation?
Did I just say I have an invitation? If I did, yeah, I have an invitation.
Ooh, do I just ask for it?
My husband he's a big, tough guy, so you can kiss my ass, honey.
Okay. Can I talk to the husband?
What is it?
Is your wife okay?
She'll be fine after I get a pot of coffee in her.
If I were you, I'd worry about him embarrassing me. Sure.
Well, she did pretty much cause the last function to come to a screeching halt. That woman has the self-control of a pubescent chimpanzee.
Are we going to be able to conversate him into, basically conversate him into giving us...
Come on, Maria. We're going home.
That works. I guess they just throw it on the ground then. How you doing, boys?
You have invitation.
Yes, I do.
Please have a wonderful time.
They can't actually leave. They're stuck. Excellent. Okay. Going in. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Might as well be a costume party. Everyone's smiling, pretending this isn't a pageant put on by the patriarch of this family. Fine. But this is a contest, and I came to win.
I'm Maria. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance.
Mira Giovanni.
They call this the
They
contest.
gather us up here to decide just who's the best and brightest of this generation is. The lucky few are given the real power in this family. But some of us need to win more than others.
Ooh, okay.
You wouldn't understand.
Do you need help winning this contest?
Actually, there are two people at this party I know they had their eye on for a long time. One's Chris, my cousin. The other's Adam, who made Bruno a huge amount of money on tech investments a few years back. With him out of the running, they'd choose me.
Okay. Want me to make your relatives look
I'll
bad?
spare no expense for a lock. I want to be in that circle of power, and I won't let blood get in the way. And of course, when your time comes, I'll pay back the favor.
Ooh. Circle of power? What do you mean?
Bruno. Since I was a kid, he's been the patriarch of this family, except he hasn't aged a day. I met with a senator from Massachusetts who asked me if I was related to Bruno Giovanni. Said Uncle
Okay,
Bruno
so the rest of the family members. I could have swore in the canon that all the Giovanni members know that the upper echelon are vampires.
They never age. They're secretive. Whispers of blood magic and a kiss. Whatever it is, they pick the very best of us for it. I'd do anything to be picked. I've made some errors in judgment, but I've lobbied hard for this family's interests.
Okay. If I hear anything about your family members, I'll fill you in. Okay. Does that mean we gotta go schmoozing?
Hey there, Adam Dunsern. I don't think
that's a cannibal! Heads up, if you ever hear somebody in a World of Darkness have the last name Dunsern, that's a cannibal family. That's the Dunsern bankers. They eat people.
Maria,
and they're not even like Pisha. They're not Nagaraja obligate cannibals. They're cannibals because they like it. Ooh, Real estate? Real estate.
Myself, I'm an investment banker. Great business, lot of potential. For example, I got the inside track on this company.
Yeah, this is a branch of the Giovanni family that are known cannibals.
Public, everyone's going to wish they had a piece of it.
Basically, oh wait, vamps predate SCP, correct. If this company goes public, everyone's going to wish they had a piece of it. Ooh, tell me more.
Well, it's a biotech firm. You know, they're working on growing replacement organs. Really fascinating technology. In a couple of years, I'd bet everyone will be...
Okay, are you interested in that because you want to eat the organs?
An investment of $50,000 could be easily tripled in 5 years.
It's entirely because he wants to eat the organs.
Do you have cash? Credit? We could set it up over the phone right now. You'd really be helping me out a lot, and making a tidy profit to boot.
Okay. How much did your last investment return?
You take risks in this game. Sometimes you make $1 million, sometimes you lose $1 million. The economy changes. It's had problems lately, but it's bound to rocket back any week now.
You haven't been very successful, have you, recently?
Most people here, they've got cash they don't know what to do with. And if one of us falls on hard times...
Oh yeah, he definitely lost the money.
As family, they're obligated to help him out. Besides, I get the kiss tonight. Everyone will be investing with me.
Is this the cousin?
In fact, if I could ensure my place at the grown-ups table by, say, drawing some attention away from my financial...
I can't. After we finish this conversation, I'll turn the whole thing up.
Dirt about the others I could use? I can't pay you, but I got this watch and this ring.
The grown-ups table. Okay, so we know.
Opportunity, some thought.
Okay. Do some snooping. Who are you? Nobody important? Okay, good to know. That's locked. Here, let's do another quick save, and then let me pause this, and then we will go turn up the game volume a little bit. Okay. Okie dokie. Yes, I have played the TTRPG. Usually on Sundays, we would be playing one. I play a Tzimisce. I play a Tzimisce Sunday nights over my buddy GM the Game Monster stream. We've been off most of the month because a lot of our players are... Their occupation revolves around Halloween time, so they've been crazy busy. So we've been off a little while. Oh, hello.
Hi. I don't think we've met before.
Oh, is my lie slowly getting more
Nadia
convincing?
Milner. It's a pleasure to meet you, Maria. Are you from the Chicago Rosselinis?
Ooh. Ooh, yes.
Oh, you must give my regards to Great Aunt Frances when you get back. I stayed with her last time I was out that way. She was very sweet to me. I'm working on my master's out here. I'm from back east. The Giovannis have been nice enough to let me stay here while I finish up my studies. I've learned a great deal from them, like you wouldn't believe.
Got turned into a normal human due to time magic? Rip. Rip. For example?
I really can't say much about that.
We'll go 2.
There's something I want to show you. But you absolutely can't tell anyone, even other people here, okay? Follow me.
Okay. Yoink. Oh, Jesus, okay.
Come on.
I close the door. Am I conversating my way through the Giovanni mansion right now? Is that what's happening?
Come on.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's about to be the White Glove Society. They are necromancers. The Giovanni are necromantic vampires. Usually, though, their whole thing is more wraiths and ghosts and stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. Oh. Can't talk during combats! What do you mean?
You know
There we go.
what they do in this room?
Looks like an embalming room.
Mm-hmm. Know what they do with the corpses?
Please don't say sex. Ooh. Please don't say
I
sex.
shouldn't do this, but why don't I show you? Gets pretty weird from here. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, and be ready to run. You'll understand when it happens. Follow me.
Okay. Shh. Hold on a second.
They don't usually attack. Just don't provoke them.
Found the book. Found the book. Okay. Is it the door? Are you going? Did I bug it? I may have bugged it by walking away from it. Or do I just pull this? Here, we'll do a save here. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a dog. I think it bugged. Let's see if we go this way. Is she gonna come down? Okay, zombies. Cool. I think I bugged her. Okay, let's go back like 2, I think. Okay, good. This'll do.
Come on.
Yeah, when she goes down to the basement, we will go around the corner and get the book. We'll go around before we talk to her. Once we're in the basement, we'll go get the book that's around the corner.
Come on.
I honestly did not expect it to be around that corner. I thought it was going to be somewhere else. I'm not going to lie. I'm doing good, Scarlett. How have you been doing? What trouble you been getting into? Okay.
You know
oh,
what they
damn
do
it.
In this room?
Embalming room. Don't say
I
sex.
shouldn't do this.
Okay, hold on.
Well, look at you.
Go ahead and pull that.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Shh. They don't usually attack. Just don't provoke them.
Okay, is the goal to just get past them? I think it is. Okay. That's locked. Is that it? Here. Okay. Time magazine. Okay. Like, can we just leave? What do I... Excuse me? I don't see anything of interest here. I know I could use Auspex. Why not? Okay, why are... I think red is... Oh, there's another one on the other side of the door. Excuse me, guys. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, I think we're just gonna go. I think we're just gonna go because it doesn't look like there's anything in there. I don't know. What else we can do? It seems like this is maybe just a way to... Waiting. Akon, how are you doing? Thank you for the lurk check. All right, guys, sound off. Who's here? Who's not dead? You have self-care too, Gaia. Welcome back, Ghost. Carla, thank you for gifting us into Scarlet. Holy shit. Enjoy having the cutest and scariest emotes on Twitch. The thing I dropped? Oh, okay. Maybe. Oh, no. There's not a thing in it like that one. Besides the one I did? Yeah, there's a bunch of people have been redeeming them all day. It also seems like the spawns here seem to have like resets. But again, it does not look like there's anything else in here. And I still can't talk to you. That's fine. I guess we'll just go back up. Wait, what was that? That was the lever, wasn't it? Nothing on the slab. I still don't fully know what it means. Maybe it's just another way to sneak in. I think that's if we snuck in here without her help. That's what I think it is. I think that's for if we needed to get down there, maybe the door's locked. You did? Wait, there was something in the chambers? I mean, there were other zombies in the chambers. All right, we'll go look again. Hey, buddy. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Move, girl! Unknown. Okay, we'll see what that is in just a second. Okay. Which probably means it's an artifact of some kind. You? Research skill 8. It looks like a handle of something. I'm sure he would tell you what this is. Ozzy. All right, hold on. What is our... It's 7. What raises... Okay. 12. We need 12 experience. Son of a bitch. Okay. I think that's it for now then. Make sure we do a save. Don't forget to explore the rest of the mansion. Sadly, you got to be... I do have to beat the shit out of the zombies. Okay. Okay. So her telling me to be timid with it was just a non-fucking skip thing. Because the door we can't, like... Hey, buddy.
What's happening? They're coming to get us. Oh my gosh, we've got to get out of here.
These guys are definitely better zombies than the ones that other guy had made. Oh, hi. Brains! Ow. Oh, come on! Oh my god, seriously? Okay, hold on. Okay, so apparently it can actually, in fact, do headshot damage. But it's very stupid. Okay. Oh, wait, you're still there. What happens when you actually bring the high caliber weapons? Oh, hi. Wait. Y'all are respawning. Why am I doing this? Here, let's talk to this lady. You ready to go?
Here.
What are you doing?
Well, look at you.
In here.
I forgot he was there for a second. I'm clicking here to shoot.
Here.
Okay.
This way.
I'm right here with you.
In here. In here. In here.
Okay, then we just go.
This way. This way.
We're going further down. Oh, there she is.
I don't know what happened back there, but I know a way through this next part. Can you believe all this? This is like something out of a horror movie.
I feel like this is not, in fact, going to be
we should
safer.
Be safe from here on. This way.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, interesting. I kind of think she is too. The thing is though, is I hope we're not like accidentally skipping a whole bunch of stuff. Because we just went like even further down.
What was that? Did you hear that? This is all too much. I'm going back upstairs. You do what you want.
God damn it! I should have known. How much ammo do I have for this? Enough. That works for me. I like that they blow up into pieces. Oh, Jesus. I kind of wanted to do all the other social stuff. I did not know this was going to take us all the way down and around here. Hmm. Oh, okay. After the first zombie turned out violence? Really? Ooh. Oh!
Kindred, your presence here violates the agreement between our leaders. Leave now or face the consequences of your actions.
Why are you here?
There is an alliance between your leader LaCroix and Mistress Ming Zhao. You violate the agreement. If you do not leave, we are not responsible for your death.
What alliance? What are you talking about?
We'll give you one more chance to leave this place and keep your life. You will go?
Ugh. Double dragon refugees is such a strange insult. No. Oh, hi guys. Oh, he throws bombs? Crazy. Ow, dude. Where is Celerity? It's not, there it is. Actually, you know what we haven't used yet? Deagle, baby. Deagle. Hey, buddies. Oh, I don't want to be down here. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Oh, hi. Oh, I backed into a corner. Oh, Jesus, the damage, dude. Holy shit. That's fine. This is literally just before. Make sure I have Celerity selected. Oh, no, it's not. What the fuck? I thought I saved just... Oh, I probably saved, like... All right. We're Toreador. We're playing Toreador. This is before we got to the door, so we do have a couple more zombies and stuff. I let the community pick. I let chat pick. They decided Toreador. Okay. F9 here real quick. And then I'm just thinking. Okay. Have you played Malk? I have not. Oh shit, ad break started. Okay. I didn't even see the countdown for that. Holy shit. All right. Let me crouch down out of the way. And then I can start the emote search for y'all. Hi, Nova. How are you doing? Oh, the music. Boop. I do know what Malk like can do and like what makes it special in this game. I have not done a playthrough of it yet. Oh. Oh, I can actually click on the browser. That's crazy. Hold on a second. Double gay. Double gay. Mm. Hmm. Ah, damn it. Oh, come on. That was almost perfect. Son of a bitch. I keep finding like 5 of the 6. That's not it. Is it even here? Oh shit. There we go. I went too far. Double the pepe. Double the pepe. Oh, damn it. Somebody yoinked mine. Bastards. Bastards. Everyone is. Everyone is. All right. On how to play this one, you have to figure out where they are and you put in the coordinates for the beginning and for the end. So the coordinates are around the side of this. It works like a crossword. It works like a crossword. You find the beginning, you find the ends of the ones that are on the left side. Okay. Put that away. Cease the music. Stand up straight, dingus. And we got another fucking boss fight to go do. Okay. Oh, damn you. Okay, let's do this. Whew. A curse, true. All right. Let's make sure we do another save just to be sure. Okay.
Kindred. There.
What alliance are you talking about?
Give you one more chance to leave this.
I've got a mission, I will say.
Time for decisions has passed.
Oh, hey. Oh, stuck a little bit. Listen, I don't want to fall down there because I knew it. Ouch! Gee. Oh, you blew yourself up. Here, you know something we should try just because they're like really close? You. Oh! Jesus. Oh, hey! Oh, I should have tried to stay up there. Why did it put my gun away? Why did it put my gun away? Ow! Oh, I accidentally curved into the room. Alright, where are you teleporting? You're gonna try to throw the thing at me again. Go on. Give me your shit. Okay. See, this is why guns are good in this game. Okay. I guess we're just fucking hoisting it. My legs are broken! Damn it, I wanted to talk to more people inside the Giovanni mansion. I mean, Austrian magic? Oh no. Hi, Beckett. Oh, I can't talk to Beckett. Damn it. Actually, hold on real quick. Experience 12, increase, intelligence. Yeah. Okay, hold on, we gotta... There we go. Sulicept. Title of Whispered washes across your thoughts. They seem to be offering guidance, but their messages elude your conscious mind. Their motivations are unknown, but you find yourself increasingly willing to submit to their guidance. As long as you possess Sulicept, you will gain an extra point of experience every time you're awarded 3 or more. Ooh. May or may not have other effects. Oh.
My Wunderkind returns. In
Really,
my entire
Wunderkind?
court, I knew there was only one who could have succeeded in this task. Finally,
Did you?
the Ankaran sarcophagus.
Did you? What about this deal with the others?
I've granted Beckett's request to study and document all the markings of the sarcophagus. You've met Beckett, haven't you? Let's go take a look inside and see what the commotion around the city has really been all about. What? Preposterous! No kindred would trust them, nor would they trust us. Did Jack tell you that? Because it sounds like you've been taken for a fool. And you believed them. They've been trying to take over LA for years. It's a ruse, a falsehood, spread to undermine my rule and turn kindred against each other, thin our ranks. They are duplicitous, evil creatures. Did they not try to kill you?
They did.
Insurance. They lied to you in case you lived through the encounter. They hoped to create dissension in the ranks. Rumors.
Hi, Detective. How are you doing?
It's a trick older than you or I.
I still don't know what to believe. Okay. I don't think opening it's a good idea, though.
What have you assessed so far?
Unfortunately for the Heralds of Doom, it appears we won't be opening Pandora's box. The markings, as far as I can tell, are of
I was going to say, it looks like Assyrian.
Origin. An extraordinary piece, but nothing
Or Babylonian.
I see. Then there is no good reason why we shouldn't open it.
I don't think it's a good idea. You're just not capable of opening it.
Beckett, do you see any mechanism for the lid?
I haven't as yet had a chance to pore over it with my fine-tooth comb. I think I have one in my bag.
I love you, Beckett, for being sarcastic.
Why won't it open, Beckett? And you? I thought you said it looked as if it had been opened on the Dane.
It's open from the inside.
You and Beckett, figure out a way to open it. I need to know what's inside. I have other matters to attend to.
Okay.
Come get me when a solution has been found.
He's like an upset child. It's funny.
The depths to which I'll sink to prove others wrong. The young ones get so temperamental.
Wait, Beckett, aren't you and him like the same age?
I'd
wait.
already made
I
up my
forget.
mind to open the sarcophagus, if only to show the city that Gehenna, contrary to popular belief, has not begun.
Okay. What do you think's inside?
Put your ear to it. I'll shake it, and you tell me what you think's inside.
A corpse. All right, stupid question.
Fortunately for us, I know of someone who has distinguished himself in this field.
Oh? The guy on the historical network with the pith helmet, he makes learning fun? I am not doing that one.
His name is Dr. Anders Johansen, a professor of archaeology from Norway. He
Norway
was the one
mentioned.
responsible for finding the sarcophagus, and as far
Norway
as I know,
mentioned.
the only authority on its origin and design.
Where can I find him?
Until yesterday, he could have been found in his suite at the Empire Hotel downtown. But when I stopped by earlier this evening, all I found was spilt coffee on a morning paper.
Great.
Appears he's been abducted.
Why does everything have to be so difficult? Yeah.
Where's the fun without complications?
No, not yet, Carla. We're working on moving.
I detected the scent of myrrh incense, which is usually burned in monasteries. Also, I found beach sand in part of a muddy footprint. Putting two and two together, I located a monastery near a beach in Malibu, where I believe hunters are holding Johansen captive.
I'm sorry. Did you just say monastery in Malibu? What? From sniffing around his room? That's kind of impressive,
Actually,
Beckett.
there were 2 hunters on the roof of the building opposite the hotel who were positively delighted to tell me everything they knew, provided I stopped dangling them head first over the side.
The infamous Malibu monks? I don't. Well, the hunters went with an archaeologist.
Abducted Dr. Johansen for his own protection, or at least that's how they've justified it. He's being held by the Society of Leopold and used, quite ingeniously, as bait for Prince LaCroix's minions.
Oh, great. That's me. I'm the minion. So how do we get them out? Yeah, we're going to have to go run into Bach again.
Into the tunnels beneath, where the hunters are holding Johansen. I'm afraid I can't accompany you, but then it's best you go alone. Too many of us might set them off, like fundamentalists on contrary opinions.
Okay, how do I get there?
I would recommend walking. Certainly, Sebastian's already provided cab fare. I'm sure he always spares no expense when archaeology is at stake.
Okay. Okay.
Remember, Dr. Johansen is an innocent. He has no idea we actually exist. Try not to put the idea in his head.
Okay. Okay, bye. Let's go get some blood. Wait, I love you. Come here, Chubbs.
I'm sorry there, but Mr. LaCroix, he told me not to let anybody up right now. He sounded kind of PO'd. Must be all the late nights he's working. Anyhow, I can't let you go see him right now. Sorry. Mr. LaCroix was real specific. Maybe if you come back later, he'll calm down. He seems to be all tore up about that sarcophagus that got stolen from a museum. Must be a real history lover.
Wait, how do you know that's what he's upset about? All right, Chunk, love you, bye.
Anyone. Sorry there, Missy.
Okay. I guess we're just... No, let's go get blood first. Is it this way? The easiest one is to go to... Wait. Okay, yeah. We do have a blood doll at Confession. Mandatory view message observed. Thank you, viewer ordained. Nipple twister! What are we doing to poor Twitch? The level of bullying that Ordain has been going to Twitch, if Twitch was a person, would be heinous. All right, you.
There you are. I was beginning to think you ditched me.
Only complete loser would do that. Nom, 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 nom.
All right, I just wanted to top off basically before we go. Thing is though, is I think we can actually sneak through this place. All right, make sure we do a save, and then we're gonna go talk to Kane. Kane. Mandatory viewing. Run by a bunch of idiots. Yeah. Here, we also got to do an outfit change. Because I kind of need that dexterity for sneaking. Try and talk to you. It seems like we could go back to the gym. Oh, wait, no. Cancel. Pisha! My wife! The high school hazing? Shoving a watermelon up Twitch's ass. Does that count as high school hazing? Yoink. My wife. Wesker. That's not Wesker. That's Kane. Pisha, let me love you.
The Voce del Morte. The Giovanni never willingly share their secrets, and I've had little success infiltrating their strongholds. How did you obtain this?
I had a little slip in.
It will take some time to translate and unlock the secrets of this. I will have to move on from the city to evade any Giovanni seeking it. Take this. This will complete the terms we agreed to, and I think it is adequate.
Okay, bye, Pisha. I love you. Please call me again.
It instills dread.
Key of Alamut? Wait, where did you get that?
Harder for them to strike you. Make no mistake, our dealings do not make.
That's the fucking Banu Hakim stronghold. How do you have a key to that?
Do not ask me for any favors. I will give you this final advice, however. Leave this city. These are its final nights. Discord looms heavy. I've felt this before.
What do you mean?
In November of 1938, I was translating documents in Leipzig, Germany, written by a purported Crusades-era necromancer. There also, I felt a sense of impending chaos.
What, Oh, it's the Crystal Knot! Oh, shit.
The wellspring of a new world war.
Fuck. Wow. That is... Okay. I did not expect mention of... Also, let's see, what is this key? Carried by feared assassins of Clan Astamite, aka the Banu Hakim. Handful still an excuse. This key of Alamut gives its owner extraordinary resilience damage, increases all soak ratings by 1. Let's go. Hold on. Fuck yeah. Now we got soaked to aggravated. Getting all the artifacts, baby. All the artifacts. Got a serious backpack on us, though. Okay. Don't ask me how that vent is double hinged. We need to hold hands before the mission. This is important. It's a shame I will never see her again. Gone forever like the wind. My beautiful Pisha. All right. I'm kind of curious, so hold on a second. Still need the copy of that. How much money do we have right now? Fucking $17 still. Here, let's go. We're gonna go back to the Giovanni mansion. I think we can still go in there. We'll have to see. Nobody's around. Oh, okay, yeah, they're mad. He's pissed! He's pissed! Hey, get me out of here! F12? I think I quick saved after we talked to Pisha, right? No, we didn't! Fuck! We gotta go back! That's fine. That's fine. I should have known that we would have pissed him off. I kind of really would have liked to do all those social quests that seem to be inside the mansion. That's unfortunate. But that also means that they were working with the Kwaijin. Otherwise, why the fuck were the Kwaijin in the Giovanni's basement? All right. Coming back, Miss Ma'am.
Yes.
I love you.
The Voce del Morte.
Okay.
It will take some time to translate, and it is the key of Alamu. Make no
Please,
mistake.
thank you. What do you mean?
November.
Thank you for the consideration. Make sure we hit an F9 on this. Up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so we do not need to go back to the Giovanni mansion. I guess unless we want to just start killing people. Because obviously that party is over. I guess we're just gonna go...
Where to?
To the monastery. I guess. Although... I think I need to change my outfit again. There we go. Okay. You are, buddy, you are one hell of a... You're one hell of a taxi driver. Oh, they already saw me? There was the dude on the roof. Ah, shit. Okay. I'm gonna save next time we get there. Wheel plush. The only reason I'm tired of the Wheel of Punishment is because this game is a hassle to navigate. It's stuck on full screen. It never wants to load properly. It feels like it wants to crash. Okay, where's the Wheel of Punishment? Raggle fraggle. Spin, spin. Wait, did they add... They added a light to it? It's thigh slaps again. Oh god, I have to uncross my legs. Darn it. Okay. All right, thigh slap time. Okay. First time you've ever used the redeem? Is it? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. It's extra punishment? Yeah, it's extra punishment. Okay, gotta wait. Loading. Thank you.
Where to?
Society of Leopold. Make sure we do a quick save here. Make sure I have Auspex ready. I usually do the boat around. Makes sense. Also, hold on. I need some water.
Greetings, Commander. Greetings, soldier. Anything to report? The Gladius Day has told us to keep a sharp eye.
Gladius Day?
This evening. Of course, sir. But duty, as always, is to protect the Brotherhood. All seems quiet for now. Good, good. Did he mention... what kind of visitor, sir? The only kind that matters, soldier. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Carry on.
Ooh. Okay, there's the lady standing there with fire. That's a model we haven't seen before. Oh, they're at the door? Come on. Here, let's see. Oh, shit. she's still just standing there. You think she's an enemy? Oh!
No. Should I? That's Grunfeld Dock. The name sounds familiar.
Okay. I heard Roloff? Thing is, I don't know who this lady is. She's not really moving. Old boat trailer? Guy on the roof. Okay, now she's moving. Okay then, a torch. I can take it. Works for me. Okay, those guys on the roof are gonna probably be impossible to deal with without just a gun. I wish... The thing is, I don't know if we feed on these guys to death, do we lose humanity? Does anybody know? Why? Why? Please get stuck and don't turn around. Please get stuck and don't turn around. Oh my god, come here. Are you serious? What? Get out of here. That is not what I hit. It tried to just take a screenshot for some reason. Why? Also, why is he blind?
Who's there?
Are you serious?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
He's broken.
Who's there?
I'm stuck.
Who's there? Who's there?
He's locked onto me, but
Who's there?
kind of. Okay, no, he's not. Not anymore. Seriously?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Suspect's lost.
Seriously?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
Wow, how does he notice me?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
Yeah, fucking apparently, my dude. Oh, I'm wearing the wrong fucking outfit.
Suspect lost.
Let's see then if maybe having just this much dexterity is enough to not get this guy to pull a 180. Are you serious?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
This game is a fucking joke. I'm just gonna eat him. Oh. Okay. Wait. No, we didn't lose humanity, right? We were at 6, right? Okay. Never mind. That's good to know. on. Hello? Oh, it's you. You had one bullet in you, seriously? Oh, hey, they had the assault rifle. Thank you for the ammo, big man. Ow. Ow! Where did all those come from? Oh, hello? Ow! What? Oh, come on! Yeah, if you want to post them in the Discord, I can take a look at them later. Speed attempt failed? What? Are you fucking serious, dude?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
God, this game is so fucking stupid, dude.
Who's there? Who's there?
The thing is, they can't. They can or they can't. Like, this guy can't see me. He's just coming towards me.
Who's there?
That's dead end. I should not be going that way.
Who's there? Who's there?
See, he can't see me, and he's not technically aggroed. But for whatever fucking reason, he's omnipotent. There we go. Hi, sugar. You see, there's that guy up there, but they don't notice me unless they make a whole lot of noise. Info pics? Hell yeah. Thing is, I don't have random things I can throw to distract these guys, even though they give us the distraction mechanic in this game.
Who's there?
No? See, they hear me for some reason.
Who's there?
Hush, sugar baby. It'll be fine. Don't you worry. Jesus, motherfucker. Boy, you scared me.
The Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
The thing is, too, though, is it's dark, technically, so... I'm weak? Are you okay, Carla? Oh, was the thing that I did? Where did that dude go? Hello? Oh, he looped back around. Here, maybe we can just... Oh, oh, oh. Seriously?
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
This game is so stupid, dude.
Who's there?
See? What is this?
Who's there? 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 Who's there?
Another one right fucking there.
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
Can you tell we're past the point where like shit was polished? Hold on, what is our stealth right now? We have 3 stealth. Our total sneaking is fucking 7, dude. 7.
Going to need some backup.
What do you mean you're gonna need backup? Hi, B. Thank you for the mandatory viewing. Like, I would very much like to be able to just pick off at least some of these guys.
Who's there?
Except he also does the same bullshit!
Who's there? Who's there?
Troika, I'm glad you shut down after this game. I don't care if you were rushed. Sometimes you just gotta tell executives they can shove it up their own ass, because this is stupid. Mainstream on their phones? God, this is 2004. They didn't have smartphones. When was the first smartphone? Wasn't it like 2007, 2008? Let alone Twitch didn't come around until 2011. Do I need... I'm gonna fucking blood buff.
Who's there?
Still doesn't help. 2 whole dexterity point bonus. Still, sneak 9 is still not helpful. So stupid. So fucking stupid, dude.
Who's there? Who's
Still kind of makes me wish that I had...
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
I'd very much
Who's
just
there?
like, let me feed! Let me feed! Oh my god. I'm pretty sure I can walk to the like close to the door, but there's a light on it, so I'm afraid it's gonna trigger all of them. I know, Carla. I hate when games are like this, though. Again, it's a 2004 game, but it's so stupid because there's infinite option, not necessarily infinite, but a lot of options for like what kind of builds you can do in this game, and it pisses me off to no end that it essentially just boils down to no, you have to just run and gun because stealth assassination. Hello?
Lord, I pray now that you give me strength in battle, that I might overcome the hordes of Satan and his children, that I might wield the flaming sword of the Archangel and defend myself with your shield of faith, and that my victories are many and my wounds few, that I might further your kingdom here on earth.
Seriously?
And if I meet death tonight, then let it be first that I cast a mighty host of demons back into the lake of fire whence they came.
I can't even... It has the terminal like I can hack it. Oh, there we go. He left. Oh, that's the hunter that we saw. Oh, damn it. Where did we see him? Oh, hell yeah. Inventory full. Oh, shit. See, even that guy had less awareness. This game must be awful. No, I've gotten mad at games plenty of times. Oh, there's another one. Shit. Ooh. Why did he just aggro? Something just exploded down the hall for some reason. Beautiful nails. The character? I mean, we are a Toreador. What did I pick up off this table? Was it just ammo? I think it was. Also, oh, computer 4? Seriously? After finally getting the research we needed to read that book, it actually needs computer 4. Okay, what did he drop? Oh, more ammo. A Mac 10. Okay. Again, I do not know what that is.
Grunfeld seems particularly uneasy this evening. Yes, LaCroix has begun to move more openly.
Hold on, we got a journal. Where was that? That's not it. Journal. GB. Okay, this is Bach's journal. Tracked LaCroix to Los Angeles. He's made his lair in the penthouse of Venture Tower, hiding behind some legitimate business front while commanding his legion of demons by cover of night. I pray to the Lord for strength in the coming days, but there's a shadow that hangs over my heart like the dark wings of Lucifer himself. It is not LaCroix fear, nor his underlings. But there is fear in my heart nonetheless. An ancient evil is stirring. May God grant us the strength to overcome it. Woke up this morning and the sun on my face was little comfort. We lost 3 of the brethren last night in a fierce battle with some hellspawn minions of the vampire we know as Alistair Grout. Grout. I've been unable to find his lair, but it is also a matter of time. Only a matter of time. Oh, that was who we dealt with before. That was the Malkavian. That's right. That was the Malkavian. Mysteries surrounding the incarnate sarcophagus, the massacre of Elizabeth Dane has my superiors troubled. I have been told to expect a package in the mail that may be helpful in shedding some light on the artifact. Its arrival seems convenient in light of LaCroix's recent arrival. Something is amiss, yet I cannot say what machinations are at play. I will wait and have faith that the Lord will see us through. Found the lair. Oh my god, this is such a long thing. Among vampire brood in the city, arrival LaCroix was unwelcome to the rest of the damned. I know not, nor do I care. Stolen today from the museum. I dreamed of LaCroix last night, gay. Of his hideous visage burned to ash in a great inferno. It would be that it's vision given to me by God and that I would be the vessel of his holy vengeance. The years have been long and too long. Perhaps the soul of my father may finally rest in peace. Reported disturbance in a vampire coven we've been observing in the mansion in Hollywood. Okay, that's the Giovanni place. Fires in Griffith Park last evening. I know not their origin, but I fear the worst. I received a letter from His Holiness warning me that it's fearful the apocalypse is upon us. Mission has become more important than ever, and I hold his word close to my heart. Brought him back here in the monastery. I'm convinced LaCroix will try to find him, as he is the only one with the knowledge about how the artifact can be opened. Why does he know this? Has he ever seen it? Yes, he's human. He's human.
And Brother Grunfeld grows impatient. Ah, yes, LaCroix. As always, Brother Grunfeld focuses only on his old nemesis. Let us hope his fanaticism best serves the interests of our order.
I think there's something we can throw there.
Not merely his own unresolved grievance.
Here, hold on a second. We'll do another one.
Brother Grunfeld will not tolerate such insubordination. Hold your tongue.
Again, what is... Oh, it's the... I'm pretty sure those are the charges exploding when he walks through them.
Far be it from me to question the edict of the Holy See. You would do best to remember your place. Brother Grunfeld is a faithful warrior. He has battled Satan's spawn for longer than you've been alive. Then I pray the Lord grant me the same years to fight in his army. Amen.
Is that Anderson? Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I think that's where they're gonna stay. So, Alexander Anderson, is that you? Maybe. God damn it. Oh wait, did I save when I was in that room? Oh shit, please tell me I saved. Okay, good. Thank God. That means we have to wait for these guys' conversation to end. I was trying to use celerity to maybe get up behind the guy, but I fucked it up. I cannot hear them talking anymore. Here, maybe they're still talking. Maybe if we wait a little bit. Maybe if we wait. Maybe it's just the audio bugged. Same thing. Oh, yep, there they go. Okay. Oh, I was not paying attention. Son of a fucking bitch! Back to the waiting game. I'm gonna do a quick save when they start walking. Okay. I want to see if maybe I can just drain this hunter that's pacing back and forth to get some blood back, but we'll see. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I think the biting... I feel like the biting attempt is always going to fail over the assassination attempt. But I genuinely do not know. Okay, here they come. Quick save here where they're pacing. Nobody move! Okay, they're in their rooms. That's fine. He's also lagging. He's very broken. Come on. Come on. Ugh, come on. There we go. Okay. Finicky shits. Wait, is this an outside door? I don't think this is an outside. 9! Ugh. Okay, hold on. Blood. Okay, we don't need to use that one. Blood buff. Okay, that's a 10 to throw. He's gonna come around the corner. I'm not gonna be able to get away fast enough. Or they're blind! Mostly. Sleep time. Have a good night, Wolf. Sleep well. Okay, must have been the wind. Okay. God, the jittering of the screen trying to go down the stairs. Inventory full, of course. Of course. God, the amount of ammo we have for the fucking Ingram. I really just need to stop picking it up because I'm never going to use it. Are they just gonna be glued to each other? All right. What is he doing? Okay. Those boxes aren't going to do anything for me. I'm just waiting for that other guy to pace back, and then I think I'm going to drain him dry. Is what I'm thinking. Because I know with my luck, if I try to sneak around, that's the moment he's going to come back around. Okay. So he's going to pace all the way here, and he's going to turn right back around. Are you serious? I couldn't feed on him? Okay. You know, I could probably use blood buff to get up behind him and then see if I could drain him with it.
Stop right there!
I can't feed on you? Even with 9 fucking strength, dude? Son of a fucking bitch, dude. I should have bought a bunch of blood bags. Jesus. Oh, I don't have any money. Never mind. That wouldn't have worked.
Stop right there!
Okay. Fine, we'll use celerity then.
Who's there?
Seriously? Seriously? It's already been an hour? I do have Elder Vitae. I just don't want to spend it. He saw me. And see, he immediately notices me. Are you fucking serious? Why? It's not that even that it's bugged. It's that it's inconsistent. How could I sneak up on the one guy praying, but this guy seems to have a sixth fucking sense for me? I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, maybe I can avoid the lights? I don't know. We'll see. Let me hide here and see if he spots me. He hasn't spotted me. again, I have, let's see. To get the full equation, typically in the game, dexterity stealth would be the equation I would need to roll here. That is 7 dice. That is a crazy dice pool. That gives me sneaking 7 in this game. That's ungodly levels of stealth. He's just there. Think he's stuck? Turned red. Sniff, sniff. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, jackass. Here, I have an idea. I have an idea. Give me this can. Excuse me. Oh boy. Oh God, okay. Let's go ahead and we are gonna use this Vitae. A shame we don't get any extra like dots or anything, just full blood. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Actually, can I get a snooze in that ad break? Chat, can I get a snooze? I could not handle the anxiety of this mission anymore. And we're at 4-hour mark. So the reason I'm cutting it right at 4 hours is because technically somebody in the house took the day off. They took the day off today and they are probably going to be back any minutes. So I wanted to have wrapped up showtime beforehand. Because they had gone out to do doctor's appointments and stuff, but they're going to be back any minutes. But let me see who we can raid into really quickly. All right. Who do we have that's live? Wrapping up the Lil show. It's the little show. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Anna's on lunch break. I have no idea who this person is.
Step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Ogre Daddy, no!
Enjoy the show.
No! How could you? We're about to raid out. How was your stream though? How was Bloodlines? Did you have a good time? What party are you at? What clan are you playing? Hi, Heidi. The mission ring isn't as bad. I think the next part that we have here is probably going to be finding the archaeologist or the boss fight. Because I know there's a boss fight somewhere around here. But I'm still trying to find who we're going to raid. Oh no, Kaiju's doing art. Saggy's doing Pokemon.
Well, look at you.
Day's doing Phasmo. We can raid Day. Let's raid Day. Let's go raid the loudest Oni I know. Had to visit before Bloodlines 2 comes out. Well, hell yeah. Well, welcome over, Ogre Daddy. And also, Tim Shell? I do not know. Plus, Day is currently using a model that I have never seen before. So, Junior Lexu. Oni plays? Yeah, Oni plays. And we are not going to have a show tomorrow or probably over this weekend. However, we are going to have Mage tomorrow, 11 p.m., not p.m., a.m., 11 a.m. CST. We're going to be over at Hectic's. If you don't know who Hectic is, he's going to be our gym, not gym leader. Gym leader. It's fucking Pokemon. My brain. Oh no, I can't shout him out. Shit. Timer. That's totally fine though, guys. I will see you next Monday. We will do another movie night this weekend. Keep an eye out. If you're not in the Discord, I do recommend joining it. We're going to be continuing our watch along of the Halloween franchise. So if you've never seen it, this is going to be a good time to come check it out. We're currently on Halloween 6. Curse? Is it Curse of Michael Myers? No, it's not Curse. It's... Shit, I don't remember. It's the something of Michael Myers. Maybe it is Curse. Or is it the Return of Michael Myers? I don't think it's Return. I think Return was 4. Regardless, I will see you then, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And I will see you later. Go give some love to the Oni. Or I'll be real mad at you.